Hello, everybody. How you doing? Happy Tuesday. How we all doing? Uh, hello, Shaloon. Hello, Paladin Lost. Hello, Spectral Pyre. Hello, Very Knifey Duck. Hello, Malachi. Hello, and thank you for being so patient. Hello, Vacant Zero. Hello, Punky Gal. Hello, Entrama. Hope you're doing okay. Hello, Mana King. Hello, Holly Hoomst. And hey, Carl Marky Marks. Hello, Classic Daddy 881. Hey, VCCTV. Hello, Snuggle Kitten. I think that's everyone who's already here. Hey, Sheckley. There we go. We got everybody. How we all doing? Oh, goodness. I'm late. Did I miss hellos? Nope, you did not, 10-letter name. You came in right as I was finishing up. Hello, it's a Roro. I went downstairs and missed the intro. You only missed you missed the Sweet Myths music, which is always a tragedy. But good news is you can listen to their song for free right here on YouTube. You can get it off of Bandcamp. Support the band. Do it. How we all doing, folks? I should probably I'll be good and open up YouTube chat too. Pop out the chat. There we go. Hey, Nestine. Aw, Mithromist over on the YouTube today. Trying it out, I see. How we doing? How we doing? Remember, folks, hit the like button on that YouTube stream and hit the subscribe button while you're at it. Goodness. YouTube chat isn't all bad. I hang out there when I'm on mobile. I have nothing against YouTube chat. It's just the hardest one to open because I can't. There's not like a static chat that I can have open for YouTube. I have to open YouTube chat for each YouTube video, for each time I go live. You know. Oh, that's a really nice panda, Punky Gal. But Mana King, I'm getting better at opening up those chats so I can see you guys. That and Twitch is being buggy for me today. Yo, Twitch is bad. And we'll talk about it. I literally have a tab on my show to-do list labeled Twitch is dying. So, you know. You can pop out YouTube chat though. Way ahead of you. Already done. Hey, 4 sweater vests. We got all the homies over on riverboat.gg. Oh, she liked your eyes. Oh. Yo, we have so many crazy stories today, folks. Which one should we start with here? All the warriors. Indeed. Indeed. All of Christ's mightiest warriors in my chat. This Titanic thing is insane. Well, let's talk about that one first then. So, folks, those of you who don't know, all right, a small hobbyist industry grew up around creating submarines that would take people down to the ocean floor to see the wreckage of the Titanic. And Well, it turns out you don't generally want just some guy to build you a submarine. Turns out that's not the case, actually. You also, for example, don't want just some guy to build you a rocket ship. You don't want just some guy to do something that will take you to one of the most dangerous and hostile environments in the universe for human life. And it turns out, folks, crazy, I know, the bottom of the ocean is actually incredibly deadly for your average squishy human. You know, let's just take a look. Here's a clip from a CBS News piece from about a year ago about the people who designed, basically a journalist investigating this cottage industry. Now, they take people down to the ocean floor for $250,000 each. Each person that goes down to see the Titanic goes down for $250,000. And they make about 5 of these trips a year, each trip lasting about a week. Keep that in mind as you watch just this 1 minute long news clip. And we'll get to some longer ones, okay?
Service. An experimental submersible vessel that is...
Oh. 1 second here. It appears we have a technical issue that can only be defeated by my technical brain. Boop. There we go.
Has not been approved or certified by any regulatory body and could result in physical injury, disability, emotional trauma, or death.
Those are things you don't want to sign before you get on a submarine. That, let's just go over that one more time. Just, in case we misheard it.
Service. An experimental submersible vessel that has not been approved or certified by any regulatory body and could result in physical injury, disability, emotional trauma, or death. Where do I sign?
That seems like a bad idea.
Oh, take your shoes off. That's customary.
Okay. Wow.
Inside, the sub has about as much room as a minivan.
So this is not your grandfather's submersible. We only have one button. That's it. It should be like an elevator. It shouldn't take a lot of skill.
The Titan is the only 5...
Again, not something you want to hear from somebody who's going to take you down to one of the most hostile environments for human life.
person sub in the world that can reach Titanic depths, 2.4 miles below the sea. It's also the only one with a toilet, sort of. And yet, I couldn't help noticing how many pieces of this sub seemed improvised.
Also not something you want to see on your submarine that's going to take you to several miles below the ocean, a depth at which you will be crushed if anything goes wrong.
We can use these off-the-shelf components.
I got these from Camper World. We run the whole thing with this game controller.
The worst part is that's not even a good game controller. That's clearly like a Mad Catz knockoff controller. Like that's clearly a shitty game controller. You know, like you wanna you like, man, you didn't even spring for the Xbox controller on this thing, my guy. Now, keep in mind, it's actually not that uncommon for advanced technology to be controlled by video game controllers. Drones make use of video game controllers in a lot of cases. Like, it's not an unheard of thing. But taken all together, with the other failings of this vessel, it's not good.
Come on! It seems
Wait, did the interviewer even go?
on.
We run the whole thing with this game controller.
Come on!
That is the come on of a guy who thinks he's gonna die.
It seems like.
And you know what? I probably should have chosen my words more carefully because thankfully that reporter didn't die. His trip went off without a hitch. Unfortunately, folks, that particular submarine is now missing at sea after attempting a dive to reach the Titanic. Here is a news story from CBS.
Continues for a mini sub that disappeared on a trip to view the wreckage of the Titanic. 5 people are on board. The Coast Guard in Boston says that the sub lost contact Sunday, about an hour and 45 minutes into its dive. So for more on the missing submersible and rescue efforts, we want to bring in Butch Hendrick. He's joining us now. He's the president and founder of Lifeguard Systems, which conducts dive training for public safety officers. And he's not involved in this specific rescue, though, but has been instructing dive rescues for over 35 years. So we sort of have been loosely calling this a submarine, but it's not a submarine. It's a submersible. It needs to sort of, once it's in the water, it can navigate, but it's not sort of independently able to propel itself kind of around, right? I hope I'm saying it properly.
Okay.
This seems like an incredible complex rescue because they don't even know, to start things off, they don't know if this submersible is under the water or on top of the water.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult because, yes, we know that it entered the water at a given time. We know that it had a basic life support system for 96 hours. And we know its project was to go to the bottom at 12,500 feet to be at the Titanic. Approximately 90 minutes after its launch, entering the water, it lost communication. It's very possible that by that period of time, it was already on the bottom, getting ready to view the Titanic, and it could have gotten itself entangled somewhere. Entangled, it's possible that its communication antenna was dislodged, broken, and they lost communication, and that they would still be reasonably possibly with another 40 hours of life support based on the information given.
The other scenario, which was put forth by a CBS Sunday Morning correspondent, David Pogue, who actually...
Yeah, 2 miles below... You know, this thing, they're saying it can go two and some change miles below the sea. Not a good idea. You know, just generally not a good idea unless you're working with, like, actually NASA.
Was in that submersible a few years ago doing a story, is that something went horribly wrong. There was an infrastructure issue with the craft itself. And as you know, the pressures at those depths are incredible. In fact, correct me if I'm wrong, most military type submarines generally don't dive any deeper than 1,500 feet. We're talking about almost 12,000 feet. I think that the Titanic is at the bottom of the ocean there, and this might have happened at 9,000 feet, which I think is where they lost communications. At 9,000 feet, I can't imagine the pressure on the submersible there, and so it could have imploded.
It could have imploded. More likely, it could have leaked and flooded. Right. One of the things that kind of keep in mind, we see vehicles, automobiles that go in the water all the time on the news. A vehicle that goes in the water near shore is in 10 feet of water. That pressure differential over surface pressure is about 5 pounds per square inch, and you cannot open the doors. The pressure is so great, we can't open a door until the water floods the interior. This, at 12,000 feet, it's 5,000 PSI greater than surface pressure. So the pressure of its own pressure, there's no opening a gate, there's no opening a window, there's no making an interactive lock. What we do look at is if it had a small leak, it's possible that the electrical system has been affected. And if that happened, then it may be, again, that they could still be alive, interior, and breathing, and hoping for someone to come and get them.
Now, sorry, the other thing that we mentioned is that they still are sort of trying to determine if perhaps it's on the surface. This submersible has several mechanisms to propel itself up to the surface. And when I first heard that, I thought, and the other thing is they can't get out. Even if they're on the surface, they can't get out because it's bolted shut from the outside.
What?
So it's important to find them. But I thought to myself, well, if it's on the surface, can't you just fly over? I mean,
wait, they bolt it shut from the outside? Why would you do that? Why? That thing's literally a coffin. Yo. I don't think that's, look, I'm not a submersible expert or anything, okay? Not an expert on this at all, but man, it would really seem like you'd want a way to open it from the inside. Holy shit, dude. It's Iron Lung IRL? Yeah, no kidding.
I mean, why can't they just visually see whether or not it's on the surface? Could weather conditions be making it difficult?
Well, it's also the surface area that they're searching is the
massive.
size of Connecticut or the country of Ireland, is what I understand.
But you would have a ballpark area of where they would be headed at least, right? I mean, what would make it difficult to identify them on the surface?
Well, right now, as I understand it, the winds are moving between 28 and 30 miles an hour. The sea is anything from 2 to 3 foot high with whitecaps. So it could be difficult, but you are looking at the individuals, the Coast Guard, United States, Canada, et cetera, that are out there. They're trained on how to see this. They're flying fixed wings aircraft. They're able to fly 100 miles square without in no time whatsoever. We are looking at the potential that if it drifted in current, it could be several hundred miles from where it entered the water. But again, looking at a fixed wing aircraft and the highly trained personnel that are in those aircraft searching, they know how to look for this. They'll be looking for they've also got equipment on deck that'll allow them to suddenly realize there's something on the surface besides the visual eye. Most likely it's not at the surface. Most likely it's subsurface, and we'd like to think that they still have 40 hours of life support. So being positive, and I'm sure that that's what our Coast Guards and Canadians are doing, is telling their crew, we still have approximately 35 to 40 hours of life support. This is still a potential rescue. Keeping it positive will keep the crew at all levels working hard. As soon as we go to, well, we're not going to find it, it's over, the whole potential of the morale drops. When morale drops, we lose a whole massive part of that rescue. And again, you have to say that the Coast Guard, that's what they train for. They know how to keep their crew positive right up until they realize it's no longer a capability.
Can we talk about, and understanding that we know nothing.
Can we talk about how crazy it seems to get into a cobbled together submarine to go 2 miles below the ocean surface? Can we talk about that for a minute, please?
At all about this, but what kind of, I guess, math and science goes into trying to...
I guess we also don't know. Maybe they got eaten by a Godzilla. You know, we don't know.
To calculate based on conditions, based on the water, based on the weather, given that this craft does not propel itself.
Jesus, I feel bad making jokes like that, McWiggin, but like, man, we're gonna watch a little walkthrough video after this about like the specs of this craft, and Chad, it's actually worse than what we've learned so far. Okay, it's worse than what we've learned so far.
What kind of calculations go into trying to find something that is drifting in water. I mean, human beings from the very beginnings of of civilization have been able to navigate the ocean's surface using math and science. And I wonder what kind of math and science goes into trying to figure out things underwater.
Right. First of all, this unit cannot travel like we think of a boat or a vessel that can move across the surface, but it does have mobility. It has the ability to rotate, rise, and fall in the water column. It has, if you will, it has the ability to do minor motions with small motors. It just can't propel itself quickly in the ocean. When we start to look at current, the moment I think of a 1 knot current moves at 100 foot per minute. So if it's caught in a current that's running at 6 to 8 knots, it's moving 600 to 800 foot per minute.
Wow.
Jesus Christ. The ocean's terrifying. Remind me never to get on a boat.
The Coast Guard knows that. The Coast Guard has already put out their own beacons. What would have helped is if the submersible had had releasable transmitters that could have come to the surface, and the moment they realized we were in trouble, the trackers could have said, okay, this unit came to the surface here. Here's what the current and wind have been doing.
Yo, like, this company was literally taking millions of dollars from rich people, and they didn't have, like, a detachable, like, auxiliary transmitter in case anything went wrong. Holy shit, dude.
The Coast Guard would have put their own trackers in, retraced it, and been able to start to follow its travel point. So if it's drifting mid-water in the current, they know how to track speed. They'll do what's called fetch and track. They'll be tracking it based on currents, winds. They'll have a general idea, within 100 square miles of where it should be. And then they will narrow it down from there.
That seems like a basic safety measure. So I'm going to ask you a question that you may not be able to answer, because I understand, like, you don't know. We're all learning about this company.
Fine.
But, I mean, based on what we're learning so far, would you have gotten into this submersive? You don't have to answer, but I'm curious.
No, I would not.
This guy's just like, no. Have you seen pictures of it? No.
But one of the things that I do believe is important, and we understand, if you had gone on this trip, you would not be just put into this submersible and now we're going for a ride. You would have been shown how to use some of the emergency processing inside the unit.
Would they, though? Given what we've seen of the operation so far, again, literally just like masking tape directions on equipment and stuff. Do we have faith that the passengers would have been shown the safety mechanisms? I don't know.
So if there's pieces that it's not one person trying to control everything, you'd have probably spent multiple hours learning how to do little pieces that would make it safer for you. The concept that it does not have releasable tracking buoys. It does not have a backup transmitter that would allow you to emergency, no matter what happened, it would be able to put out its own underwater signal that the Coast Guard and our Navy could find. And as you said earlier, our general submarines are not designed to go to this depth. There's not another unit sitting 700 miles away that can come out here and go save them. When we're looking at putting another unit down to search, we're most likely looking at a unmanned rover. It's basically, it'll be more likely controlled like a Pac-Man. It'll have cameras. It'll have manipulating arms that can be different.
God bless this man whose most recent video game reference is Pac-Man.
Tools can be attached. They could have cutting tools, grabbing tools, and so forth. But you can see where she's moving along the surface quietly. Then when she descends, the submersible has the ability to maneuver turn. You see little fans going there. Those are actual motors. And very often those would be on the front of a large ship to help it dock. So it's very quietly in motion. But the Titanic has so much debris across it that the thought of it being entangled, it's caught on something and can't get itself out, is extremely high.
Mm.
The second thought, as you've already mentioned, is did it have a leak? Is water come into it, destroy or damage the electrical system?
I do genuinely hope that if they aren't found in like the next 40 hours or so, I do genuinely hope that they got crushed, because that would be an almost instantaneous death. Like it would be basically instant. If it was water slowly leaking in, that's a horrible way to go, guys. That's a horrible way to go.
Can't communicate. It can't do what it's supposed to do.
Butch, Hendrik, thank you so much for your expertise. We appreciate it.
And I thought you'd ask great questions for people who don't know the system. Thank you.
Aw, he's a nice guy. Now, folks, we were able to find. Remember that first clip I showed you of the CBS reporter, like going onto this submarine? Well, yesterday, about 12 hours ago, he actually appeared on an Australian program to talk about his experiences once again in light of the recent disappearance of this submarine. So we're going to take a look at it real quick. Here we go.
This is the one-of-a-kind carbon fibre Titan submersible, missing in the dark waters of the North Atlantic, with 5 people on board since Sunday.
There could have been an accident. It could have become entangled in the wreckage of Titanic. It could indeed have had a catastrophic failure. The answer is we don't know just yet.
Contact with the sub was lost nearly 2 hours into its dive to the Titanic, 700 kilometres south of the coast of Newfoundland in Canada.
It is a challenge to conduct a search in that remote area.
Crews scouring both the surface and waters nearly 13,000 feet deep.
There aren't many submersibles that are capable of going to these depths. It's harder to go to that depth than it is to go to the moon.
The sub.
Yeah, literally when I said, like, if you're gonna go down there, you better have, like, literally NASA designing this thing. Like, I was not kidding. Something this jury-rigged should not be used as a craft to try and go miles deep.
Is just 7 meters long and typically carries 96 hours of emergency oxygen.
This is essentially a leisure craft. It'll have some spare air and some in compressed bottles, which will enable it to do an emergency surfacing, but it'll only last for so long.
Tourists pay almost $400,000 to OceanGate Expeditions for this. The chance to see the world's most famous shipwreck up close.
The once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to be a specially trained crew member safely diving to the Titanic wreckage site.
Feared missing, a British billionaire, the founder of OceanGate itself, a French explorer, and a Pakistani father and son. The search is as complex as it is vast.
The seabed.
I feel real bad for that father-son duo. Jesus.
It is very undulating. Titanic herself lies in a trench. There's lots of debris around, so trying to differentiate with sonar in particular is going to be very difficult indeed.
And with their oxygen supply dwindling by the hour.
Also, keep in mind that they think it is possible that it got tangled up in the wreckage of the Titanic itself.
It's a race against time.
CBS reporter David Pogue travelled in the Titan submersible last year. David, you've actually been on this vessel. What was it like and why were you on it?
I'm a TV journalist here in the States, and I was invited to do a story about this remarkable company, OceanGate, that was taking tourists down to see the Titanic for $250,000
Mick Wiggin.
a person.
Mick Wiggin, this company's been operating for several years now. They haven't had any issues until now that we know of.
So it was a cameraman and a producer and me. And it was a real adventure, which is the whole point. The submersible itself it's a cylinder about the size of a minivan, and it has titanium dome end caps on either end to seal you in. No chairs, no benches. You're just sitting on a flat floor with your back against the curved wall.
From your knowledge and experience of it, can you offer any insight as to how this particular vessel now may have become lost? I mean, it's obviously an enormous area that it's traversing.
Well, they weren't even on the sea floor yet when they lost contact with the...
McWigan, they can't send divers to check. This is several miles below the ocean, where, like, if you were a human being outside of a submarine, you would just instantly die. There's no like sending like a human diver to check. Yeah.
The ship up above, there is no GPS underwater. There's no regular radio. So the submersible driver has to operate based on short text messages from the ship on the surface. And there are pings every 15 minutes that the sub makes.
They get their directions via text message? What? Oh my god, dude.
Here. But an hour and 45 minutes into the dive, both of those signals stopped. So that could mean that the power was gone, or it could mean a catastrophic implosion of the submersible. Both are very...
So it sounds like how it works is that they have operators on the ship above that are sending directions to like help navigate the sub to a driver inside of the sub. Oh boy.
Very, very bad. If it was a power issue, maybe they're at this moment floating on the surface, because one thing I did admire about this submersible is there are 6 or 7 different ways to get back to the surface. I mean, there's various forms of ballast that they can let go. There are propellers that can push up. There's an airbag they can inflate. So there are many ways to get to the surface, even if the power goes out.
So even if that is the case, there's obviously a lot of risks involved in the whole thing. Did they talk you through what the risks are?
Yes, they make it very clear. This is, they say right up front, this is not for tourists. This is for adventurers and risk takers. You do sign a waiver that outlines, no kidding, 10 different ways that you could get killed. You might get killed on the ship. You might get killed getting into the sub, and so on. So you are well aware of the risks.
And how did you feel about all of that?
I honestly did not sleep a wink the night before what was to be our dive. I just thought, this is a completely unknown for me. On the other hand, intellectually...
Literally just bolting them in. Again, they can't open it because it's bolted shut from the outside. They paid $250,000 each for this. And it's literally a coffin. You can't get out of it yourself. Somebody has to find it and then open it up. They could still suffocate even if they're not trapped at the bottom of the ocean, because they're in an airtight, watertight submersible.
I told myself they've been operating for 3 summers, and each summer they go out for 5 of these week-long expeditions, and they've never had an accident, never had a death or even an injury.
So do you think it's all worth it to see the Titanic?
The dive that I was to make to the Titanic was aborted after only 37 feet down. Then they had a mechanical problem and they returned to the surface. They take you for 5 days at a time to the Titanic. So in theory, the paying customers have 5 chances to get down to see it. The people who did make it down, they say it was worth every penny. They say it was life-changing.
So, David, based on everything you know, how hopeful are you of a positive outcome?
I mean, if the sub is still underwater, I would say the odds are very low. Even if we could find them underwater, which is almost impossible, how do we get them out? You can't open the hatch under the sea, the pressure would kill you. And there are only perhaps 3 submersibles in the world that can go to 2.4 miles down, Titanic depth. And they are all much like this submersible, which is to say, very small, very low power. You are not going to tow this submersible back to the surface with one of these other submersibles, even if you could get one mobilized in time. It takes weeks to put one of these expeditions together. So I'm not sure how we would get them out, even if we found them. So my best hope is that they're on the surface, alive, and we just need to find them.
Let's hope so. David Pogue, thanks so much for joining us.
Literally one of the richest people to ever exist, possibly crushed aboard that sub. A billionaire from the UK. There's already full virtual drone tours of the Titanic. Yeah, but they want to go down and see the real thing, you know? Hey, Vegan for the Memes, welcome to my chat. Hey, Manticore. A billionaire? Yeah, sorry, like, I feel like maybe, like, you know, if you're like a 5 to 10 millionaire, you know, you have a couple million coming in every year, like, maybe this is like the budget option, but like, if you're a billionaire, chat, if you're a billionaire, what on earth makes you look at that submarine and go, yeah, okay. Like, what on earth? What convinces you that that's a good idea instead of just, like, I don't know, using $1 billion to build your own submarine? It's telling that the journalist's voyage was aborted due to mechanical failures. Chat, not only was that journalist's voyage aborted due to mechanical failures, but just real quick, let's take a look at this, okay? Titan submersible maker OceanGate faced safety lawsuit in 2018, which many of you might note is 2 years prior to OceanGate publicly operating, by the way. Potential danger to passengers. You know, by the way, chat, when conservatives rail against regulation, by the way, regulations exist so that you don't get on, like, a shoddy, like, half-assed submarine and get imploded on your way down to the ocean floor, okay? Regulations exist so you don't just, like, hop on you know, a Chevy a Chevy whatever, and it turns out that it was actually made to run on, like, human feces and formaldehyde, and then just explodes in a noxious poison that kills you and 5 other people on the road. You know, like, there's a reason we have regulations, and it's primarily so that dumbasses don't market horrifically deadly shit. Okay? The main thing is, like, I know it's funny because haha, rich people fucking up, but the other part is, like, one of the people on that is a kid, you know, and, like, that makes it a lot less funny to me, you know. Pakistani father and son duo on the ship, and that makes me feel pretty not great about this. There are still elements that are darkly comedic, obviously, but yeah. Didn't know there was a kid? Yeah. You know, probably a teenager, not like a little kid, but, like, still, that's hurts my heart. But let's go over this. The maker of the missing Titanic submersible, OceanGate, was the target of complaints in 2018 made by a former employee over the safety of the vessel's hull. Jesus. According to court documents reviewed by CBS Money Watch, OceanGate fired employee David Lockridge in 2018 after he expressed concern about the submersible's safety. Literally, the first employee is like, hey, I don't think this is 100% safe, guys. They just fired his ass. They fired his ass for, like, doing his job and tried to make it safe. Why was this even allowed to happen? I saw someone say they fired some manager or something, said it wasn't okay to go. Yeah, this is the guy. Here we go. Let's see. The company sued him that same year, claiming Lockridge had breached his employment contract by disclosing confidential information with the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, OSHA, when he filed a whistleblower complaint with the agency. By the way, whistleblower complaints are supposed to be private to avoid employer retaliation, so somehow his identity was learned by the company. Yeah, OSHA literally exists to prevent stuff like this from happening. In response to OceanGate's lawsuit, Lockridge alleged in a 2018 court filing that he had been wrongfully terminated and that his actions were aimed at ensuring the safety of the passengers on the submersible called the Titan. The Titan is now the focus of a massive search in the North Atlantic after it went missing during a dive to the wreckage of the Titanic with 5 passengers aboard. In his complaint filed in the U.S. District Court for the Western District of Washington, Lockridge alleged he had raised concerns about the safety of the Titan with OceanGate and advised the company to conduct more testing of the vessel's hull. Lockridge said he had disagreed with his employer about the best way to test the safety of the sub, and that he objected to OceanGate's decision to perform dives without non-destructive testing to prove its integrity. Non-destructive testing is a type of analysis used on materials to determine their integrity and reliability. The paying passengers would not be aware and would not be informed of this experimental design, the lack of non-destructive testing on the hull, or that hazardous flammable materials were being used within the submersible. Wait, we don't know about this one. Okay, so now not only might there have been a water leak, might there have been just an instant crushing of pressure on the hull, it also might have exploded in there. There might have been an explosion. According to this guy. Hey, Polly has his cracker. This is crazy. The kid is 19. Okay, legally an adult. I still feel bad. 19-year-olds don't deserve to die because their dads are dipshits who take them on unsafe submarines. God damn. The document added that Lockridge believed the company could subject passengers to potential extreme danger in an experimental submersible. Separately, a trade group in 2018 sent a letter to OceanGate expressing reservations about the sub's safety, according to the New York Times. The letter, from the Manned Underwater Vehicles Committee of the Marine Technology Society, said the group was concerned that OceanGate's experimental approach could have potentially catastrophic outcomes that could impact their industry. Oh, shit, dude. Lockridge, a submarine pilot and underwater inspector, said in a legal filing that he was trained to recognize flaw and points of failure in subsea equipment. His job at OceanGate involved ensuring the safety of all crew and clients during submersible and surface operations, according to the filing. The Titan relied on carbon fiber for a hull that would carry passengers as deep as 4,000 meters, a depth that Lockridge claimed in the court filing had never been reached in a carbon fiber constructed sub. According to his claim, he learned the vessel was built to withstand a certified pressure of 1,300 meters, although OceanGate planned to take passengers to 4,000 meters. Almost like more than 3 times the depth it was certified to dive at. Oh, shit, dude. Oh, shit. Lockridge also expressed concern that the company planned for the sub to rely on an acoustic monitoring system to detect if the hull was breaking down or about to fail. That wouldn't provide much help in an emergency, Lockridge claimed in the filing, because the acoustic analysis would only alert people about imminent problems, often milliseconds before an implosion. Oh, shit, dude. Oh, their safety mechanism for pressure literally would only give them a millisecond of warning. There's no time to react. implosion. Yeah. The sub, like if there's if the pressure overcomes the integrity of the hull, there are gonna be like some signs. So like that you know, ideally in a submarine, there are going to be some signs that you're going too deep, that the pressure is getting too high. And so you can, you know, go back up a bit and avoid the crushing fate of pressure in the ocean. Oh, God, dude. The CEO of the sub's company was on the sub, right? Yep. So at least there is some karma, I guess. Lockridge claimed that the submersible needed additional types of tests.
Asterisk Karl Markey Marks asterisk gifted asterisk 5 tier 1 asterisk subscriptions.
Yo, Karl Markey Marks, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. I really appreciate that. It gets us halfway to me doing my makeup. Thank you so goddamn much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for being the first person to support stream today, too. Lockridge claimed the submersible needed additional types of tests to ensure its hull could withstand the rigors of deep-sea exploration, saying non-destructive testing was critical to detect such potentially existing flaws in order to ensure a solid and safe product for the safety of the passengers and crew, his legal filing claims. Rather than address the concerns, OceanGate immediately fired Lockridge, the court documents claim. The company allegedly gave him approximately 10 minutes to immediately clear out his desk and exit the premises. Holy shit, dude. Holy shit. Instead of doing, again, they're charging millions of dollars per trip down to this down to the Titanic. Millions of dollars per trip, and rather than, like, you know, do more testing to make sure that it's safe. Nah, fuck it. Whatever. It's rated for 1,300 meters. I can go down to 4K. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Plus 100 bits. All right. Plus 100 bits. There you go. Got 5.2 subs. Let's go. Capitalism caused this situation to happen. Yeah, it's capitalism, but it's also just like absolute stupidity. Stupidity mixed with blind greed. Sounds like ANCAP shit. Honestly, Lily loves stuff. Next time an anarcho-capitalist comes in to chat, let's just bring up this thing, you know? Just holy shit, dude. And here is the most recent update on the search for the submarine.
Right now, intensifying for that tiny sub that went missing, carrying 5 people to the wreckage of the Titanic. That submersible losing contact with its anchor ship Sunday, about 900 miles from Cape Cod, with 5 people on board on a mission to document the wreckage. And we now know the names of all the passengers on board. Here's their photos. Renowned Titanic researcher Paul Henry Najule, billionaire explorer Hamish Harding, one of Pakistan's richest men, Shahzadeh Dawood, and his son Suleiman, and the CEO of OceanGate Expeditions, Stockton Rush. And now we've learned the OceanGate sub only has a limited supply of oxygen, more than likely running out of breathable air by Thursday. For more now on this extremely complicated search and rescue effort, Commander of the 1st Coast Guard District, Rear Admiral John Mauger. I know you've been very busy and getting little sleep, so Admiral, I appreciate you being with us.
Kira, thanks so much for having us on the show, and look forward to updating you on where we're at.
Well, let's begin with Sunday, Admiral, if you don't mind. You know, this submersible lost contact with its support ship just an hour and 45 minutes after submerging. So what gives you hope that something catastrophic did not happen, or have you taken that into consideration?
Kira, as long as there's the possibility that the personnel are alive, then we will continue searching for them with all of our ability. And so in this case, we understand from the operator that the submersible is equipped with a emergency life support system that was capable of providing about 96 hours of emergency life support to the persons on board.
Give or take.
And so that gives us hope, and we are bringing all capability that we have to bear on this problem. We stood up a unified command with the United States Navy, with Canadian Coast Guard and the Canadian Armed Forces, and with Ocean Gate.
KBS, I'll defer to you, but I don't know if any of the submersibles that can reach 4K meters are rescue submersibles, are they? Huh.
Expeditions. And we've brought a combination of both military aircraft and commercial surface assets and commercial ROV capability.
Yeah, they still don't know if it's on the
search the surface.
Where was this? This was over the wreck of the Titanic, Tungsten Wastrel. They don't know whether or not the submarine is on the surface of the ocean or if it's still underwater. Basically, if it's underwater, they are definitely dead. And if it's on top of the water, that's also bad because they're sealed in an airtight capsule that can't be opened from the inside. So...
the subsurface area to locate the submersible.
And let's talk about those ROVs now. You brought in the robots. How is that going to help you at this point, and why did you bring them in? How deep can they go? How well can they see? And are you keeping them in a contained area right now?
Right. Well, so we have to assume that this submersible could either be on the surface or subsurface. And so we needed the capability to search both on...
Forlorn 79, I hope they died instantly because any other way to die in this situation is absolutely horrible.
The surface of the water and down below at
didn't have a tracking
with...
beacon? Nope. All contact with the sub is gone, baby.
With our aircraft, a combination of U.S. Coast Guard aircraft, Canadian...
They don't know where it is because they lost all contact with the sub when it was around 9,000 feet, was it? 9,000 feet below the surface? So, yeah.
Aircraft and New York National Guard aircraft. We've covered an area of the ocean that's about 7,600.
900 feet? Wait. I mean, if it was 900 feet, chat, they were going to a depth of 12,500 feet. Yeah, like, 9,000 feet was well within where they were going. Okay, and Ocean Gate said the craft could go down to 4,000 meters. But at what depth did they lose contact? 900 meters? You sure? God, I've been listening. We've been doing this coverage for a while now. And I know that we heard it earlier. So they were an hour and 45 minutes into their descent. But what depth was that? Pretty darn sure it was around 9,000 feet. Okay. By that time, experts believe it reached a depth about 3,500 meters. Where each square inch of the structure would have been subjected to a force equivalent of more than 2 tons. Ah, so 3,500 meters is actually 11,000 feet. Okay, yeah, actually I lowballed it. Sorry, chat. God damn. Yeah, not 900 meters, 3,500 meters. Okay. Yeah, like for comparison, chat, our nuclear submarines, you know, our high stealth nuclear powered submarines, they go at around 800 meters, you know. Oh god. Pretty hopeless, to be honest. If no planes see them, it's kind of over. Oh yeah, no, very little hope of finding them alive, because even if they made it to the surface, I need to remind you guys, even if they made it to the surface, they are still bolted in to an airtight capsule, meaning their oxygen is still going to run out. They can't open it from the inside. Oh, when I was in the Navy, we were told there were rescue subs that could reach us up to our crush depth, which was nowhere near 4,000 meters. But there are research subs that can go that deep, so I presume there are subs that can reach them. Gotcha, KBS. With no way of sending out a signal, it seems. Yeah, they didn't have backup transmitters or anything to, like, or emergency buoys. Not to mention, how did they get to the surface? If they rapidly ascended, they're all super, super dead. Decompression wrecked them. Yeah, that's the other bit. They do need to decompress, actually. And if they're rapidly ascending due to, like, some catastrophic malfunction, they aren't doing that. And they're likely going to have lethal cases of the bends. But they have to have a way to be found. Yeah, I don't know that they do, guys. The deepest underwater rescues in so far, Nova Celeste is saying in YouTube chat, is 1,500 feet. Oh god. The bends are survivable. Are they survivable from like 10,000 feet below the ocean to the surface? Because I know you can survive like a mild or moderate case of the bends, but if it gets like severe, I'm pretty sure it causes like brain damage. And the more severe it is, the more likely it is to kill you. Allegedly, the controller is a Logitech GF710. Yeah. By the way, just because we got a lot of new people in chat, here's a short clip from news coverage of it about a year ago.
Service. An experimental submersible vessel that has not been approved or certified by any regulatory body and could result in physical injury, disability, emotional trauma, or death. Where do I sign?
Holy shit! YouTube video player, Twitch video player, or Twitter. God, I can't say.
Oh, take your shoes off. That's customary. Okay.
We're gonna
wow.
This.
An experimental submersible vessel that has not been approved or certified by any regulatory body and could result in physical injury, disability, emotional trauma, or death. Where do I sign?
Oh, take your shoes off. That's customary.
Okay. Wow.
Inside, the sub has about as much room as a minivan.
So this is not your grandfather's submersible. We only have one button. That's it. It should be like an elevator. You know.
Chat, literally every aspect of this thing makes me go, no. 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 Oh, you only have one button in there. Oh, great. Great. Yes. One button. Yes. Uh-huh.
You know, it shouldn't take a lot of skill.
The Titan is...
it shouldn't take a lot of skill to pilot someone down to the deadliest place on Earth? Okay.
It's the only 5-person sub in the world that can reach Titanic depths, 2.4 miles below the sea.
Can it, though? Can it reach 2.4 miles below the sea? Because one of your lead engineers, a guy who was in charge of safety that you fired instantaneously, said it was only registered for 1/3 of the depth that it actually went.
It's also the only one with a toilet. Sort of. And yet, I couldn't help noticing how many pieces of this sub seemed improvised.
Yeah, look, fuck it. Let's just, our submarine, state-of-the-art experimental submarine. Yeah, we'll just throw some masking tape directions on there. Oh, they didn't even have backup transponders. They didn't have anything, chat. This is the equivalent of, like, your engineer friend who's like, I'm gonna design a better car, and then, like, he makes the shittiest automobile you've ever seen in your life. And you're just surprised every time the engine rotates and it doesn't explode.
We can use these off-the-shelf components.
I got these from Camper World. We run the whole thing with this game controller.
Come on!
It's not uncommon to use video game controllers, but, like, they didn't even use the good video game controller, chat. They didn't even shell out for, like, an Xbox or a PS5 controller. They used a knockoff one, man.
It seems like...
Anyway, that's kind of what we're working with here. Also, apparently, it did have an emergency system for shedding ballast. However, that emergency system was literally having the people in the submarine rock back and forth in order to release ballast. So that seems ill-advised as well. On so many levels. Anyway, back to the update.
Square meters, which is roughly the size of the state of Connecticut. But the piece that we added to the search today was that subsea capability with the commercial vessel operator, the Deep Energy, that provides an ROV that is able to dive to depth and search in the area. We've targeted that ROV search on the area where the Titan submersible was intending to dive. And so we're working that very closely right now.
Have those ROVs picked up any images thus far, Admiral?
So it's a very complex situation. We're talking about depths of 13,000 feet or nearly 13,000.
Oh no. Why does it keep getting deeper every single time we get updates about how deep this could go?
1,000 feet. And there's a lot of work that's going on. We're using all of the capabilities.
Yeah, Shaloon. We went over that. From the whistleblower, apparently the viewport manufacturer would only certify to a depth of 1,300 meters, OceanGate refused to pay the manufacturer to build a viewport that would meet the required depth of 4,000 meters. Yeah, no, literally the hull of this thing and the windows and the ports, literally every aspect, were not tested for the depths that it was diving to. The company just said, fuck it, we're gonna go to 3 times the depth of what we tested it for. Sorry, more than 3 times. And, it's honestly insane that this didn't happen earlier.
Abilities that we have to bear on this problem.
So I understand that the Navy now is sending in salvage experts, including a lift system, to help bring this submersible up, if indeed you have found it. Clearly, that's what it's going to take. A lot of cable, specialized hooks, and perfect timing. I mean, this is a complex situation. Are these assets moving in because you believe you may have found the submersible?
Kira, we're working very closely first to locate the vessel, and then second to be able to affect any rescue operations or support to the vessel. And so it's really important that we've been able to identify and move additional assets and expertise on the scene. And so while we have deep energy and polar currents, the OceanGate expedition vessel on the surface right now working, we're bringing in over the course of the next 24 hours 4 additional vessels and 5 ROVs and additional capability so that we can make sure that we've really brought the capability to bear on searching for this.
So let me ask you this, Admiral. If you've got this ROV that went into the water today, focused in the area of where that Titanic wreckage is, does that mean that you feel pretty confident that the submersible hasn't drifted off anyplace else?
100%.
Well, so as we're conducting a...
Yo, if it's on the surface, it is absolutely drifted somewhere, okay?
Search, Kira, we use all of the data that's available, including both the planned voyage, any understanding of undersea currents and undersea drift that's there, as well as any signatures that we're getting from other sonar buoys or other equipment that's deployed out to the scene. And so all of that factors into where we target our search. We started right now that underwater search based on the path based on the voyage that the Titan submersible had taken, calculating into account the drift and those factors. But it's a really complex case. There are active debris field down on the bottom of the ocean, and
they're also speculating that perhaps the submersible got caught in the Titanic debris itself, which, oh my god, if that happened, they're toast, A
lot of complexity working at that depth.
Any idea at this point as to what you think went wrong?
Well, Eric, they still have 40 hours left of oxygen, so it's still feasible they're alive somewhere.
know you've been communicating with those within OceanGate and trying to look at the various scenarios. Are you considering anything at this point together as a team as to what could have gone wrong here?
Here, all of our efforts are focused on the search aspect right now. And so as we've met and discussed with all of the different partners involved, it's been really focused on understanding the path, the capabilities of the vessel, and then potential contingencies that we may have to deal with.
Why couldn't they release the hatches if they're on the surface? Because there aren't any hatches. They literally got bolted into it from the outside. There's no mechanism from the inside to allow it to be opened from the inside. It has to be unbolted from the outside. Like we're talking like industrial, like construction bolt level bolted in, you know?
And making sure that we have ROVs and expertise on site to deal with those contingencies.
One more question. It's an important one, Admiral. How are you providing comfort to the families of these passengers right now? Are you in close contact with them? I know this is just as important to you as finding these men alive. We've now identified all the passengers, and so I am sure you've got a central location where you're staying in close touch with loved ones. And what are you telling them?
So we'll be talking to the families this afternoon to update them on the search and all the efforts that we've been undertaking as a unified command to find their loved ones. You know, our thoughts are continuously with the crew and the family members as our women and men work very, very hard to bring all of our capability and to coordinate the bringing of all this additional technical expertise and capability to bear on the search for these people.
Well, I know that everyone is praying and putting forward great thoughts that you, along with the Navy, will find that submersible and be able to bring it up, open it up, and be able to talk with those 5 passengers once again. Everyone's keeping their fingers crossed. Admiral John Mauger, really appreciate your time.
Kira, thanks so much for having us on the show.
Now, here's a graphic to just give you an overview of this vessel's capabilities. So it uses a modified Xbox controller, lights bought from a camping shop, cameras to give a better view of the outside world. Wow, how nice. Speed is 3.4 miles per hour if it does have power. And life support of 96 hours. Carbon fiber hull. Each end of the sub is a titanium hemisphere. 1 pilot, 4 crew. And literal construction pipes make up the ballast. What was the plan of a successful voyage? The successful voyage would have been going down to view the Titanic through the one glass porthole, you know? It feels like we can build a better sub. We have built better subs. We have done that. Oh god, here's a better picture of the pipes. It's pipes and bags of sand. Oh my god. Okay. All right. Oh, just we in chat? Oh, I know the people in my chat right now could build a better sub. I literally have people in my community who worked on nuclear submarines. Both aboard them and on them. I'm a better sub. Hey, up top, VCC TV. Didn't James Cameron work on his sub for like a decade before it dived? I'm pretty sure James Cameron worked with like NASA scientists and stuff on his submersible before he dove. Indeed. Indeed. Oh. Okay. Yeah. For those wondering how deep we're talking here. For those wondering how deep we're talking. Here's kind of the rough timeline. All right. They traveled from St. John's to the Titanic wreck location, about 700 kilometers or 300 miles. And they dropped the Titan. Then Titan loses contact with its transport vessel. And the Polar Prince receives final ping from Titan directly above Titanic wreckage, meaning that the submersible did basically reached the Titanic wreckage at about 12,000 feet. Yeah. I don't think this story ends well for the people on that sub. Unlike the Titan, most of the subs in here will get to the bottom. That's true. That's true. Oh, God. Very knifey duck. Thank you for the tier 1 sub over on twitch.tv. I appreciate it. What are the ocean currents like that far deep? No idea. No idea. All I can tell you is that this is absolutely wild and wacky. Also, chat, we've now been streaming for an hour and 40 minutes. If you've been enjoying the show so far, please consider coming on over to riverboat.gg and consider dropping some subs or donos in order to support the stream. My coverage is enabled specifically by viewers like you dropping subs and donos. If you're over on riverboat.gg, click the little donation tab or click the little subscribe tab. You can gift subs there as well. And remember, chat, head on over to the YouTube and hit the subscribe button and the like button. Additionally, folks, real quick, let's put this up. There we go. Hell. All right. Well, that's not working. That's really weird. Never mind. Just gonna take that overlay off. I was going to say something about a sponsor, but the widget that I use for it is not working. Yeah, nope. Weird. Did you hear about the flat earther who died on a rocket going into space? They say he died facing his spheres. Boo! Also, fun fact for you guys, there is a documentary about a flat earther trying to go to space. And he did indeed explode on his homemade rocket. How does I babble? Apparently, I need to... I'll set it up later. I'm sorry, guys. If you're in the US, you can sign up for Babbel for 60% off if you'd like to support stream. Hey. Also, if you support me, you support this little furry friend. There. Are you doing a little hugging? Doing a little hugging. Can I get some kisses? You want a kiss? Oh, thank you. True Lily Love stuff. I mean, he destroyed his entire life, but at least, you know, died doing what he loved. Catalina Gearbox, thank you for the 200 biddies. Oh, I need to cut this off, don't I? You got a little mat behind your ear. Take care of that. 1 second. Like the language app Babbel? Yeah, Babbel supposedly sponsors me, but the widget isn't working right now, so, hey Cassiopeia. I don't know, I'm thinking some kind of ancient horror from the deep gobbled them up. My money's on kaiju. What's happening? Well, Jim, we just finished covering the story about the missing submersible. You're my favorite streamer. I wish I had money. Well, Tungsten Wastrel, I appreciate you just being here and watching. And if anyone else would like to gift subs or donos, I'd very much appreciate that as well. And if we get approximately 4.3 more subs, or wait, I guess 2.9 subs? God, you guys are making me do math. Why? Wait. I'm not good at it. It makes me mad. There we go. Babbel. Seen their ads, but I haven't checked them out because I'm not great at learning new languages. Yeah, it's a language learning app. And you can get it up to 60% off by using my code. But aren't the Duolingo ones the ones that are infamously weird? Yup. Babbel is basically Duolingo, but without a creepy bird. All right, folks. We're gonna move on. Moving on. Moving on. Folks, Hunter Biden has been charged. The Hunter Biden case is on the loose. The goose is loose, my friends. And Hunter Biden has been charged with crimes. The long-vaunted GOP investigation into Hunter Biden has finally yielded legal consequences for this philanderous, coke-addled youngster who's 40 or 50 years old. And it turns out he's relatively fine, actually. Like it's actually not that big of a deal. Here we go. Hunter Biden is being charged with a gun felony and 2 tax misdemeanors. Oh my God, that sounds really serious. What happened? He's pleading guilty to the tax offenses and entering into a pre-trial diversion agreement on illegally possessing a gun while addicted to a controlled substance. And I gotta say, like, it's really interesting how fast the GOP has come around on enforcing tax violations when it comes to Hunter Biden. You know, like suddenly they really want the IRS to have all the funding it needs, huh? Oh wait, they don't want that? They just you know, they just suddenly really care about the integrity of the taxation process. Yeah, basically, Hunter Biden didn't pay his taxes in 2017 or 2018, and he owed the government about $1.2 million, which he has now paid back, while pleading guilty to the tax misdemeanors. So he pled guilty to both of the tax infringements and paid it back in full. And now the issue about the gun, illegally possessing a gun while addicted to a controlled substance, that seems to be the weird one here. So to kind of break that down for you, when you buy a gun, you basically sign papers saying that you are, you know, not addicted to a controlled substance. And Hunter Biden, as we all know, was addicted to a controlled substance. So typically this sort of charge is not just brought against somebody. It's used as kind of like a supplemental charge. Like if somebody's caught doing a crime with a gun, then they are also charged with lying on federal forms to purchase said gun. So that's typically how this charge is used. And it is a felony. So the consequences for that could be severe. However, separate from the plea agreement for the tax crimes, Hunter Biden is in his legal team entered a what's called a pre-trial diversion agreement. And pre-trial diversion agreements are basically designed to to take some burden off of the legal system. Basically, it is someone admitting, yeah, I messed up. And what ends up happening is they wind up being sentenced to community service and rehab on probationary terms. And as they are going through rehab and doing their community service, if they mess up again, well, then the felony stays on along with however else they messed up. But if they complete their community service, if they complete their rehab, the charges against them are dropped. Meaning that if Hunter Biden gets the pre-trial diversion agreement, he would effectively have that felony dropped off of his record if he successfully completes rehab and community service over a period of a couple years. We don't know the exact terms of that pre-trial diversion agreement, but that would be probable. So it's interesting, but man, Republicans have been saying they're going to nail him and Joe Biden on Burisma charges, and nothing about that materialized, really. Nothing about that materialized. What state was he charged in? Good question. It looks like Delaware. So when you get addicted to drugs, you have to get rid of your guns? In theory, yeah. Yeah, also, it's worth noting that Hunter Biden did not actually possess that gun for very long at all. After he bought the gun, about 2 weeks afterwards, his partner at the time, his girlfriend, threw it away. And he hasn't had it since. So, yeah, it's a relatively minor infraction, all things told. Probably because his girlfriend at the time didn't think it was a great idea for him to be high on crack and having a gun. Probably. Just going out on a limb. Don't know that for sure. Additionally, it seems like a lot of conservatives are freaking the F out and saying oh, Joe Biden is giving his son a sweetheart deal. But keep in mind, most legal teams would not charge someone with this particular type of gun felony on its own. It just wouldn't be done, This is so much worse than Trump's charges. Yeah. Throwing away a gun in the garbage. Well, I don't know if she threw it in the garbage. Maybe she threw it in a lake or something. I don't know. I don't know the details of how she disposed of Hunter Biden's gun. But they kept the special prosecutor that Trump selected. He made the agreement. Also worth noting, folks, that just Yeah, Ashley, for personal safety reasons, I'm gonna keep that ban in place. I saw the unban request, but not gonna let that back in. Yeah. When my partner has to talk to me about safety regarding a chatter, I don't really feel inclined to unban them. Anti-Bug, hello, I'm here to share the gospel of Jesus Christ. Do any of you guys know Jesus? I know of him, yeah. Let's see here. If you dive in any significant body of fresh water in the U.S., the bottom is littered with guns and other garbage. Wait, really? Really? People... Just so many people, like, throwing guns into lakes and stuff? That's wild. Huh. But, yeah, so the Hunter Biden story just is a massive, massive nothing. It's good to enforce tax crimes. If that's the official position of conservatives, then let's give the IRS all the funding it could ever need. Let's do that. Why not? You know, if it's such a major crime for Hunter Biden not to pay $1.2 million in taxes, which, you know, to be fair, that's a lot of money, then surely it's a pretty big crime for billionaires to collectively underreport their taxable income to the tune of $158 billion every year. Surely that's also a crime, right? You know, if we want to point fingers at Hunter Biden, surely we should point fingers at the billionaire class that skimps out on billions of dollars of taxes. But I get a sneaking suspicion conservatives don't actually want that, given their policies. Additionally, the gun charge, yeah, where's the Burisma charges? Where are they, huh? You know, where are the Burisma charges? I actually have the answer for you guys. And the answer is Joe Biden, when he was vice president, was carrying out the stated policy of the United States, which was removing the equivalent of the Attorney General of Ukraine. And it was stated U.S. policy because the Attorney General equivalent of Ukraine was horribly, horribly corrupt. And chat, do any of you know what one of the #1 reasons the stated policy of the United States was for removing the Attorney General equivalent in Ukraine? What's one of the top reasons? Please tell me. It's because the top prosecutor in Ukraine would not prosecute Burisma, would not investigate Burisma, the company that Hunter Biden worked for. They removed him because he wasn't investigating Burisma, the company that they are claiming Joe Biden was trying to help by removing the prosecutor. When was this? Yeah, he wasn't investigating corruption, and specifically corruption with Burisma. You know? I don't know if Hunter Biden sat on the chair of Burisma when Joe Biden was vice president. Do you not think may have had a corrupted influence on the Obama administration? Maybe, but then you have to wonder, why on earth, if there was such a corrupting influence of Hunter Biden sitting on the board of Burisma, why did Joe Biden personally and the United States broadly push to have Burisma investigated in Ukraine by its special prosecutor, or by its top prosecutor? Like, that's that's the weird part, you know? That's the weird part. If there was corruption, and I'm sure there is corruption in the United States, but I just don't think that this Hunter Biden thing is corruption, because they've been investigating him since like 2018 now, for 5 years, and they haven't been able to come up with any actual evidence that they're willing to go to court with. Have you ever reviewed Oliver Stone's Ukraine on Fire? I hear it's cited by the anti-Ukrainian left, but I think it sounded sus, although I didn't watch it yet. Yeah, I looked into it a bit, Jim Monkey Maker, and the main thing I came out with it from, came away from it with, was just that a lot of that documentary uncritically presents Russian propagandists and the Russian side of events. So it's really not that surprising that Russian interviews with interviews with people like Vladimir Putin. You think a former KGB agent who is now an authoritarian dictator is going to give you the straight story on what happened in Ukraine? Like, nah. Nah, of course not. And most of the high-profile interviews in that movie are along the same lines. Like, interviewing someone just incredibly sus, incredibly deeply involved in Russian propaganda campaigns. And, yeah, I'm not gonna take those at face value. Especially when, like, a lot of the evidence we have is just, I mean, for fuck's sake, dude came out on state television in Russia talking about how he was gonna rebuild the glorious Soviet Empire, like, and retake like the ancestral lands of Russia. Like, dude, this is not a serious. This is not a serious, like, case for Russia's justification, you know? Yeah. I see the Jimmy Dore dum-dum left sphere cite that often. Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Like, it's not a good source, and not only is it not a good source, it, like, kind of contradicts, like, everything else that the Russian state has been putting out, and I think broadly it's the disinformation that is being broadcast is meant to sow discord in the United States. No one needs the restoration of the empire. True. I don't think Antibug is banned. I think their messages were just deleted. The guy who made JFK might be narrativizing history. Wow, yeah. Also, wasn't Glenn Greenwald involved in Russia on Fire? KBS, thank you very much for subscribing over on Twitch. Hell yeah. Thank you very much. Also, folks, we will be launching YouTube memberships starting in July. And apparently if I get to 30 memberships in July, YouTube will give me like a small payout on top of the subs. So, hey, might as well. Get that bag. Yeah, and YouTube memberships are a 70-30 split. Moving on up. Still not as good as the 100% split to me on riverboat.gg, but miles better than the 50-50 split on Twitch. Hell yeah, website subs. And yes, chat, if you're watching over on YouTube, if you're watching over on Twitch, consider coming on over to riverboat.gg, where you can support me more effectively. Your money literally counts more when it's sent to me on this website as opposed to on YouTube or Twitch. But you do you, okay? And with that, that's really all there is about the Hunter Biden story. There's a lot more about like conservatives molding, but I don't know. It's the Hunter Biden stuff has never been that interesting to people on the left, specifically because it's just been pretty obvious from the get-go, if you're not in a conservative bubble, that there's just not a lot there. You know, Jack wanting to collect all the subs, hell yeah. Why did you choose the name Riverboat Jack? Sounds like a book character. Because so the origin of Riverboat Jack as a name goes back to my first official job, which was working as a camp counselor at a Bible camp, actually, back when I was a very conservative fundamentalist Christian. And I worked at a Bible camp. And one day we were going around introducing ourselves to the church leaders of the camp. And I introduced myself. Hey, my name's Jack. And one of the pastors was like, oh, we were going to name our son Jack. But then my old aunt, she told me, oh, don't you name him Jack. Everyone will think of Riverboat Jack, the gambler. And the table just went dead silent, and we all looked at each other, and later all of the counselors who were there, we Googled it, obviously, and of course there's no Riverboat Jack the Gambler. There's no like old-timey lore about a gambling card shark on the Mississippi. And so all the other camp counselors for the summer called me Riverboat Jack, and made like little songs about how I'd like go whoring or like steal people's money and like womanize and stuff. Yeah. Was Grandma having a dementia episode? I don't think so. I think the pastor was trying to tell a joke, and it just didn't land with anybody there. It's a great origin story. Yeah. Riverboat Jack, she'll steal all your money. Riverboat Jack. Kisses fall like honey. I don't know. Stuff like that. Accurate foreshadowing. True. So yeah, actually something that people called me in real life prior to me taking it for my internet name. Yeah. So yeah, that's kind of my story. Hey, chat, let's talk a little bit about gas stoves. So I like gas stoves. They're pretty cool. I like fire. Fire is neat and interesting to look at. It's a useful cooking tool. You know what I don't like, though? I don't like the very real possibility that gas stoves could be slowly killing all of us. It turns out, you know how like the Biden administration was kind of like, hey, you know, maybe we shouldn't have these gas burning stoves because of, you know, climate change reasons, and, you know, maybe they're leaking some gas into our homes or something. And, well, it turns out there's actually, well, first we'll start with this, okay? We'll start with this. The House, the GOP-dominated House of our Congress has passed a bill specifically to block any attempt at a federal gas stove ban. Now, obviously, this is going to fail because of the Senate. Well, or maybe not. Some Democrats did actually support the bill in the House. So, I don't know how many of you remember this. I don't know how many of you remember this. Literally, we have like people writing op-eds. The bureaucracy can pry my gas oven from my cold, dead hands, writes Kaylee McGee White, Restoring America editor in the Washington Examiner. We have, close the wrong tab. Here we go. We got another one here from the Wall Street Journal. Out of my cold, dead hands. Banning gas stoves is a red line for me. Just a lot of you can pry this gas stove out of my cold, dead hands. And that seems kind of apropos, given that, well, hey, look at this. More than 2/3 of Americans, including Democrats, oppose a ban on gas stoves. Now, the cold, dead hands, I think maybe, just, I'm gonna throw this out there. I think maybe general public opinion might change on when it comes to gas stoves. When we learn that it's actually pretty bad to inhale the stuff that gas stoves make, actually. Here's a study that got published, like, today. Today. Gas stoves emit benzene levels above secondhand smoke, U.S. study finds. Even low doses of airborne benzene raise the risk of a variety of cancers, including lymphomas and leukemia. Literally breathing in more carcinogens than secondhand smoke? And it's like, well, okay, do you have to leave the oven on, like, all day? Yo, hey, Sock Done left. Let's just learn a little bit more, huh? The research, which measured benzene levels in 87 homes in California and Colorado, found that gas and propane stoves frequently emitted benzene at rates well above healthy benchmarks set by the World Health Organization and the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. Leaving a single gas hob on for 45 minutes raised benzene levels to above that found in secondhand tobacco smoking, or at the boundary of oil and gas plants, with emissions 10 to 25 times higher than that from electric coil stoves. Even low-burning hobs, or gas oven use, emits significant levels of benzene. Induction stoves emit no benzene at all, the researchers found. The peer-reviewed study, led by scientists at Stanford University, is the first to use new monitors to effectively measure benzene indoors. Even low doses of airborne benzene raise the risk of a variety of cancers, including lymphomas and leukemia, by damaging people's bone marrow. Elevated levels of benzene can linger for 6 hours throughout a house or apartment after a gas stove is turned off. I'm hard-pressed to think of a more powerful chemical cause of leukemia than benzene, said Jan Kirsch, a California-based oncologist, who said that people had in their homes a very potent cause of blood cell cancers. Hey, Ramsey, how you doing? Haven't seen you here in a while. So, yeah. People have died, undoubtedly, from exposure to benzene in their homes, and unless this problem is ameliorated, people will continue to do so, Kirsch said. The idea is not to cause panic, but there are risks we want to reduce them. It's important this message is carried to the public so we can understand and act on it. Now, keep in mind, this study primarily focused on single-family homes. So, single-family homes, chat. Chat, do you know what on average? Just curious. Chat, do you think the majority of people in the United States live in single-family homes, or do they live in apartments? Do they rent? What do you think? Yeah, much bigger than your apartment? Yeah. Yeah, exactly, irked. Exactly, irked. Apartments, things that most people live in, tend to be much smaller than single-family homes. Which means your stove is putting out higher concentrations across the smaller area that you live in if you use a gas stove in an apartment. So that means you're breathing in more carcinogens per square foot. Exactly, Holly Hoomst. It's just like, holy shit, guys. More than a third of households in the US use gas stoves, although many lack adequate ventilation to help reduce dangerous levels of benzene, the researchers said. Yeah, no shit. Range hoods, even when they are used, often just circulate air around a dwelling rather than expel the harmful chemicals. The result is indoor air hazards that often rival or even exceed the sort of outdoor air pollution that has been reduced through clean air regulations over the past 50 years. God damn, dude. Gas stoves are the only common fossil fuel appliance to vent pollution indoors, said Rob Jackson, a scientist at Stanford who helped lead the new research. We would never willingly stand over the tailpipe of a car, breathing in its pollution, but we do willingly stand over our stoves, breathing in the pollution they emit, he added. Which is such a good point. That's such a good point that I never even thought about that. Did the Majority Report do a clip on this yesterday? God damn it, I need to be faster on my coverage. But, like, I never thought about that. Like, yeah, of course you're standing... like, where do you think the smoke that comes out of the industrial smokestacks comes from? Comes from burning of fossil fuels. If you stood over a smokestack, you would also get horribly fucking sick by breathing all that in. And we just do it all the time with gas stoves. Hey, Bread into Toast, how you doing? Very busy, but very good? Hell yeah, Ramsey. And, yeah, let's see here. Oh, hey, a study from earlier this year found that gas stoves are responsible for more than 12% of all childhood asthma cases in the US. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. They cause 12% of all asthma cases, chat. With separate research discovering that a series of different pollutants are expelled from gas stoves, even after they are turned off. Yeah, because the natural gas probably leaks out into the home. Oh, Jesus. Joe Biden's administration has attempted to formulate efficiency standards for new stoves to lower such pollution, and around half of all stoves currently sold likely to fail the proposed safeguards. Half of the stoves we sell are not even safe enough to sell. Oh, God. Yeah, someone in chat said getting cancer to own the libs. Literally. Nothing is off limits to the radical left's Green New Deal agenda, said Mark Wayne Mullen, a Republican senator who signed onto the bill last week to get Washington out of our kitchens and out of our pocketbooks. Joe Manchin, the centrist Democrat from West Virginia, has joined with the Republicans, complaining last week of the federal government has no business telling Americans how to cook their dinner. Yeah, the federal government has no business telling American businesses that they can't slowly gas their consumers to death. Yeah, that for sure, Joe. For sure, Joe Manchin. Yeah, no. As long as the Holocaust is nice and slow, right? Jesus Christ. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Let's just take a look at this study real quick. Exposure to the carcinogen benzene. Exposure pathways to the carcinogen benzene are well established from tobacco smoke, oil and gas development, refining, gasoline pumping, and gasoline and diesel combustion. Combustion has also been linked to the formation of nitrogen dioxide, carbon monoxide, and formaldehyde indoors from gas stoves. To our knowledge, however, no research has quantified the formation of benzene indoors from gas combustion by stoves. Across 87 homes in California and Colorado, natural gas and propane combustion emitted detectable and repeatable levels of benzene that in some homes raised indoor benzene concentrations above well-established health benchmarks. Mean benzene emissions from gas and propane burners on high and ovens set to 350 degrees Fahrenheit range from 2.8 to 6.5 UG per minute. I don't know how to say this. I'm sorry. I'm not science minded enough to know what the fuck, how the fuck do I say this? Micrograms? Okay. Sorry, chat. 10 to 25 times higher than emissions from electric coil and radiant alternatives. Neither induction stoves nor the food being cooked emitted detectable benzene. Benzene produced by gas and propane stoves also migrated throughout homes, in some cases elevating bedroom benzene concentrations above chronic health benchmarks for hours after the stove was turned off. Combustion of gas and propane from stoves may be a substantial benzene exposure pathway and can reduce indoor air quality. Literally so much higher. Oh, God. Electric stoves suck, though? Wait. Bread into toast. But do you know about induction stoves? Do you know about induction stoves? Because those are cool as hell. And they run off electricity. I've heard of them, but only recently. Let's see. Here.
Induction cooking. How does it work? What is the history? And all of the science behind it. Let's go.
Look at this little Daniel Radcliffe looking nerd.
Throughout most of history, cooking has remained largely unchanged because you have a heat source, you put something over top of that heat source, and it takes on that heat through thermal conductivity. That has been that way for thousands of years, all the way back from cooking a squirrel over a campfire to today, where you light up a gas stove or you turn on a switch and create heat with an electric coil, and then that heat gets transferred to whatever you're cooking on top of. There have been two major scientific advances in the science of cooking itself in the past 100, 200 years. One of which is the microwave, which I'm sure we'll get to eventually.
Those are
cool.
cool.
The second is induction cooking. Now,
Also
induction
very cool.
cooking is what we're going to focus on today and how it works, and it is so Cool.
It's so cool.
This is not a new technology. The first patent for induction cooktops was made in 1910. So this is like 120-year-old technology, but it's...
And we've made it so much better since then.
Still, because people don't really understand it, it is not as mainstream as, say, electric cooktops or gas stove tops. What is induction cooking? Well, induction cooking uses the electromagnetic force. Now, remember that electricity and magnetism are two sides of the same thing. You can use electricity to create...
We literally cook it with magnets, chat. It's so cool.
Create magnetism, and if you have a magnetic field, you can use that to create electricity, the flow of electrons in a current. Induction cooking is the wireless transfer of power from one power source to another wirelessly, so they're not touching, into heat. So let's head up into my kitchen and I'll show you my induction cooktop and we'll go over what's inside it. Welcome to the kitchen. This is the stove that I use. This is an induction cooktop. Now this is really cool and I'm going to show you how this works. I'm going to turn on this burner here. Now, if I turn this on, there we go, medium heat. In a normal electric stovetop, this would be getting very, very hot. Or if it was a gas, there would be an actual flame and I'd be being burned right now.
It's so cool!
However, I can keep my hand here because this will never get hot.
It's
this
so
stove
cool!
actually never will receive any heat produced by itself. So now if I was wearing a ring or something that was magnetic, I would be burning my finger off right now. But right now, all that is being produced by this stovetop is a magnetic field. Now, this burner has many, 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 many different rings of copper in a giant coil spiraling inwards. When you pass an electric current through this coil of wire, it produces a magnetic field because of the electromagnetic force. Now, that by itself would not work. However, this is using an alternating current. Remember AC power. Now, in normal AC power running through your house, the electricity is passing back and forth about 40 to 50 times per second. This stovetop bumps that up to between 500 and 1,000 times, switching back and forth every second. So right now, the electricity is traveling this way, and then this way 1,000 times a second, very, very quickly. What that means is this magnetic field, which I can't see, which is existing right here, is flipping poles, north-south, north-south, back and forth, really, 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 really quickly. This is only producing a magnetic field at the moment, which means that I can touch it, I can lean on it, and it's never going to get hot.
Someone said induction, like, conductive pans are expensive. They're not actually. They're fairly affordable. Obviously, replacing all of your cookware would be expensive, but like, here's a good little graphic. Is my cookware induction compatible? So it's already compatible with cast iron, enameled cast iron, stainless steel. It's just not compatible with aluminum, copper, or glass. So if it's metal and not aluminum, you're good to go. Or if it has a metallic layer on the bottom.
But what happens when I bring something into that magnetic field that is magnetic? This is a magnetic pot. You can check it by having a magnet. It sticks.
So some types of stainless steel don't work. I don't know the exact science behind that, Solazar.
That means that there is some sort of iron inside of this pot. When I bring a magnetic pot into a magnetic field, something very cool happens. Now, I'm not going to turn this on right now because this pot is going to get incredibly hot very, very quickly. So I don't have this on right now.
And yeah, by the way, these work really fast. So like, you want to cook something a little faster? Induction stoves, baby.
Let's pretend right now this is on. So there's a magnetic field existing over top of this burner. I put the pot on top inside of that magnetic field. Because the magnetic field is switching back and forth so very quickly, the magnetic poles, this magnetized pot is getting...
Oh, true. A Ramsey. That's a great way to check on your own. If they interact with a magnet, your cookware will work on an induction stove.
Eddy currents of electricity inside of it. So every time that magnet switches back and forth in the alternating current, it's creating a minuscule flow of electrons within the metal of this pot. And those electrons are moving back and forth very, very quickly. That creates resistance inside of this pot, which creates heat. So the pot itself is the only thing that gets warmed up on this stovetop. And when the pot gets warmed up, sometimes the surface of the cooktop will also get a little bit warm, but that's only because the pot is heating up, not the cooktop itself. Let's test this out. Okay, so I have a little bit of water inside of this pot right now. So I can turn this on, and it's going to boil very quickly. In fact, induction cooktops are around 70% more efficient than electric stovetops or gas.
Yo, it's so cool.
There's very little heat loss. Think about it. In an electric cooktop, you're heating up a plate or a coil of wires, and then that heat rises. When you put something over top of that, that warms up the pot, which then warms up the water, which boils the water. There's a lot of heat lost in that because you're not only warming up the stove, you're warming up the coil, you're warming up the pot, the heat is rising, and some of that heat hits the water, which warms it up and boils it. In this case, the pot itself is the element. It's heating up the pot, which is in direct contact with the water. So it's much more efficient, it's faster, it's really cool. I can already feel almost instantly that there is heat radiating away from this, and that's because the flow of electrons inside this pot is bouncing back and forth, creating resistance and creating eddy currents that is warming up the pot and thus the water. I said before that
literally
this is
more
wireless
efficient
transfer of heat.
Cool
I'm going to show
science.
you that right now, actually. So I have some news.
It's also very space efficient. If you noticed earlier on, they showed like this really flat cooktop. If you see in the little preview in the lower left-hand corner, they don't actually have to be like stove sized. You can literally just put them on like an island. You know, they're so cool.
Paper on a normal cooktop. You should never, ever
Boo,
do this.
bread into test.
But
Boo.
I can take some newspaper and put this underneath the pot, just like so. Okay, so I switched the pot over here. I just had water boiling on this hot plate. Over here is still cool. Over here is still cool. Right here is still a bit warm, but I can still touch it because the only heat that was created was the pot was warming up and then sitting on this cool stovetop. Isn't that neat? That's so fascinating. For the same reason, this is a wireless transfer of heat. So I can have, say, newspaper in between the pot and the cooktop, and it still works exactly the same way. Now, because I have water in here, I know the temperature is not going to get more than 100 degrees Celsius, so I'm not in any danger of burning the paper up. So don't do this if you're going to massively heat this up. I wouldn't do this if I didn't have water inside of this pot. But right now, this water is simmering already simply because the magnetic field is penetrating through the newspaper,
yeah, basically a
eddy
Bluetooth
currents
oven
inside the pot and creating heat due to resistance. That is so cool. My wife does not want me to take apart my stove to show you what's on the inside for the sake of science. And I can't really blame her. Let's head back to the studio and I'll show you exactly what's going on. Okay, so now we get to look at what's...
Also, just real quick, this YouTube channel seems really good. And it only has like 7K subscribers. Go give it some love, okay? Here you go. He's like a beardy Bill Nye type.
Inside of an induction cooktop. So behind me here, you can see a large coil of wire. This is what's inside of that stove that I just used. I want to bring this back to a couple of the other...
Also, if he turns out to be like Hitler or something, I apologize in advance. I have not seen any other videos except for this one that I randomly clicked on, okay?
Episodes that I've made. So I just recently made an episode on Tesla coils. And remember that a transformer is just a reduction or a difference of coils of wire.
Just covering my
butt.
butt.
That can change the voltage. In the situation of a Tesla coil, you're moving from maybe 1 or 2 coils to many, many, many thousands. And that steps up the voltage and down the current and creates millions of volts of electricity. So this works in reverse. So right now, in the stove, we have a couple hundred different coils of wire. The pot essentially acts as a single coil. So what this does is it massively reduces the voltage, but massively increases the current. And that's what creates those strong eddy currents. And I've touched on eddy currents before with, I think, the phi top. That was a cool one, using eddy currents as a form of electromagnetic braking, which is something that like high-speed trains do. Anyways, back to induction cooktops. That copper coil is what creates the magnetic field. Now, there is some heat loss in this system because the copper coil itself does create a bit of heat, but that is minimized by a cooling fan if it's needed, or by creating many, many, many different strands of very, very thin copper. And that minimizes the heat created by that copper coil, and because it's high voltage, low current, it doesn't create a whole lot of heat, unlike the high current, low voltage of that.
That's it? That was the nuclear power? I was just boiling water.
Single massive pot. Isn't that cool? That's awesome. Let's check out the history of induction cooktops. The first patent that we know of for induction cooktops was way back in 1910, but it was more theoretical and it didn't work very well because there was a few flaws with it. Fast forward to the 1950s. The Frigidaire division of General Motors created their first demonstration induction cooktop stoves. This is more of a kind of a science demonstration, a cool product, but it doesn't actually work very well. So it proved that the technology worked, but it wasn't available for consumer use. There's no one that actually had an induction cooktop in their home in 1950. That changed in the 1970s. From 1973 to 1975, Westinghouse created their induction.
Okay, real talk. This looks cool as fuck. Look at this. This looks like actual Star Trek shit. Like, increasing the power levels. Boiling the potatoes.
Cooktop commercial models. Now, these were inefficient and cost a lot of money. So,
but they looked cool.
In 1973, they cost $1,500 for just this stovetop. In today's money, that's somewhere around $8,300 for a low-functioning cooktop that was noisy. This did not last long. They ceased production in 1975. Now, since that point, this technology has been getting better and cheaper, to the point that today it is a very equivalent cost as an electric stovetop. And it works better, it's more efficient, and faster. So why isn't everybody using induction cooktops in their house? Unfortunately, you do need special cookware to use. Now, special as in magnetic, not necessarily more expensive. So you might have compatible cookware in your cupboard right now, but it does have to be magnetic. So you can check that by taking a magnet, sticking it to the bottom of your pot. If it sticks, you can use that on an induction cooktop. If it doesn't matter how long you put that pot on the stovetop, it will never get hot. So that's the biggest problem with induction cooktops today in respect to mass producing them for consumer use. Anyways, this is Destructive Creativity. I hope you enjoyed this. If you like this show, make sure you subscribe and hit that like button. We have new stuff coming out every single Wednesday morning, so make sure you subscribe. See you next time. I'm Jonathan. Bye!
Bye, Jonathan. Also, yeah, the GE Wonder Kitchen looks cool. Look at this thing. That's just all one massive unit. Like plumbed and wired together. That's actually really, really cool. The Wonder Kitchen. I bet it was so goddamn expensive, though. Oh, look at them. I mean, I could do without the creepy figurines, but like, this is beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. I don't know, I've never had to buy a stove before. I mean, me neither, chat. All I'm saying is if you're ever in a position to buy a new stove, it's probably better to err on the side of caution and not inhaling a lifetime of carcinogens. It was listed for $2,500 in 1955. Oh, so it was basically infinity money. Gotcha. Also, you know, not terribly expensive to get an induction range. I'm looking at some of like the top picks for 2023. It looks like there's an LG Smart Induction slide-in range with air fry for like $2,900. There's a Samsung slide-in induction range for around $1,500. I mean, it can get way more expensive, but I mean, these don't seem too shabby. I still can't believe prices have doubled since 2003. Right, Tungsten Wastrel? I feel measurably poorer. Which is why, now that we've been streaming for 2 hours and 45 minutes, you should consider supporting riverboat.gg. If you're over on Twitch, if you're over on YouTube, come on down to riverboat.gg and consider throwing some subs or donos my way. So far, Carl Marky Marks, only person to support stream over on riverboat.gg today. Yeah, consider coming on down with about 4 more subs. I will do my makeup, and then we'll see what you unlock from there. Even the sub $100 plug-in ones are more than serviceable for a dorm or apartment. Yeah, if I had known when I was in college, if I had known that I could just get a plug-in induction stovetop, that would have been amazing. I didn't even know those were a thing. I'll have to measure to see if we can fit what will fit in place of our oven and look into what kind of change to the outlets we'd need. Hell yeah. Shit, in 2003, my dad used to give me $100 to $200 a week in allowance for mowing the lawn and doing his hair. God damn. I wish I had a $100 or $200 a week allowance. Even now, I don't think I got an allowance, actually. I still use a plug-in one. I have a gas stove. I just put one on top of the other. I'd rather have a dumb stove. I would rather not breathe in carcinogens. In 2003, I was paying $75 a week in rent. Oh, Jesus. I wish I was paying $75 a week in rent. Holy shit. That'd be $300 a month? It's literally $1,200 less than what I'm paying right now. God damn. You had to labor for allowance? Yeah. If I mowed the lawn, I got $20. Yeah. Holy shit, Jack. Yeah, my rent is not a joke. I was paying like $4.50 then. Jeez. In Minnesota, no less. Yeah, well, when I was looking around for an apartment to live in, I found a place for $1,200 a month, and that was the lowest I could find in the areas that weren't like heavy on crime or with roommates. Because like doing what I do, chat, it's really hard to have roommates when I stream all night, you know? Aw, Paladin.
Induction stoves are great for travel. They're efficient, so they work well with campers and even tents in areas with shore power. Bawahahahaha. Bawahaha. BWA.
BWA. Thank you very, very much for the 5 gifted subs, Paladin. I appreciate it so goddamn much. And, hey, look at that. Womp. I'm not going to elaborate on what that sub goal is, but you'll probably appreciate it. Yeah, I just have to say, like, I wanted like a 1-room place so I didn't have to deal with roommates. And the other part was the $1,200 apartment that I found was only $1,200 because it had black mold in it. And I decided that saving a couple $100 a month was not worth living in a place full of black mold. Literally, like, I'd looked around and I was like, okay, this place is kind of a shithole, but like I don't really care as long as I can live here. And then I walked into the bathroom and like everything looked fine until I looked up at the ceiling and just like so many little like black blotches that I was just like, okay. Yeah. Plus you can walk around naked if you live alone. True. God, rent here got reassessed and is gonna decrease $50. Yo, Nenya the cat, I have literally never heard of anybody getting their rent decreased. That's wild. Congratulations. Does this mean you're going away for a few minutes? No, I'm gonna bring my makeup over here and do my makeup in front of you while we continue to talk. Induction stoves, good. Gas stoves, very, very bad. We'll go through some of the smaller and shorter stories I have for today. We got some good ones. I tried to speckle in some positive stories today, folks. So I'll be right back with my makeup mirror, and we'll get started on those. The new Amnesia game is really good, for anybody wondering. Okay, but I haven't beaten the second Amnesia game. I have it. Should I play that one first? Low-income housing is great around here price-wise. Unfortunately, guys, I made when I got this apartment, I made just enough to not be eligible for low-income housing. Also, Minnesota, as far as I know, we don't have a lot of like rent-controlled areas. Thought Machine for Pigs seemed cool. I've never finished an Amnesia game. I never finished the first one. It was too scary. And also, I didn't mean a Machine for Pigs. I've never played that one. But I do have the Amnesia game where you're in the desert. Haven't played that one yet. Please play the new one on stream. Should I play the desert one first? Minnesota isn't the best for labor rights. I mean, it's pretty good. It's not the worst, you know. I'd prefer you just play the bunker. I was a bit thrown off by the fact that Amnesia the Bunker has like weapons in it looks like. Which I don't know that I've seen in any of their games thus far. Texas stopped mandatory water breaks for workers. Holy fuck, dude. But my freedom, you won't take my carcinogens unless it's from my cold, dead hands. But yeah, look, chat. Good news, everybody, from Aaron Reed. It's been in short supply recently. For the first time, a federal court has ruled that gender-affirming care bans are unconstitutional. This case has gone on for 2 years now. No more unconstitutional bans on care. This is not a temporary restraining order. The law is judged unconstitutional. We knew it would be, but we now have it confirmation. Now, I do think that this, I mean, if appealed, it seems like it could go to the Supreme Court, right? I love kids having rights and, you know, medical care not being restricted arbitrarily. You know, it's great. Also, it would go to the Supreme Court of the United States. That's what I thought. So I mean, we'll see if it continues to the Supreme Court, but I mean, given that the lower court found it unconstitutional, and given that the Supreme Court has been doing some surprising left-wing decisions recently, we'll see how that goes, you know? Also, this is a special treat just for you Tim heads out there, or you beanie bros, as we call you.
Hey guys,
an update from a member of the Tim Pool family here.
Give you somewhat of an update. Got lots to talk about. Things are going really great. So, okay, where do I start? I want to say thank you to the few that donated. I know I still got the GoFundMe out there, and I need it for a car and little life things for the kids. And I know it wasn't much that got donated so far, but actually it kind of helped put toward getting my kids beds. They needed new beds. So now they have new beds, which is great. And I'm so excited. So thank you guys so much. I was working at Costco, and you know what? It was really tough. I really did love working there, and it was brief, but it's hard because it's like I got home after 6 p.m. with my kids, and it wasn't ideal. I would start early in the morning, which the commute was fine. I would get there quick, but then coming home at night, I got 2 kids in 2 different daycares, and
oof.
One of the daycares wouldn't let her be in there because they didn't have room, so I had to go find a separate daycare, and they're both far from each other. So when I got off work around like 4:30, 5 o'clock, it took me over an hour to get home almost because I was stuck in traffic, and I still got to pick the 2 kids up, and then I'm getting home, and it's like it's past 6 o'clock at night, and I still haven't made them dinner. I got to give them a bath, and like I said, people are like, "That's the grind. That's a single mom," and it's tough. It's really, really hard. So I had to find something a little less pay and closer to the house, and it works. So I'm able to financially do it. It worked out. So yeah, that's what it was. But I just wanted to thank you guys for the help with the beds. That was really, really awesome. And yeah, and that so that's just great. And I woke up to something this morning that was really funny. I woke up to something. Now, I haven't spoken to my mom in a while.
A lot, actually.
And the reason being so, and I've talked about it in other videos, is when I found out who my biological father was through a DNA test.
This is Tim Pool's sister.
She kept not giving me answers, you know, and it was really difficult trying to get that from her. And I found out, and instead of her...
Sorry, I didn't make that
she
clear.
Had been happy for me getting the answers that I had gotten, and she wasn't. Every time I spoke of my new siblings, or when I found out who he is and what he did for a living, the last thing I said before in a video, she had said, "What about my mental health, Lisa? How do you think this makes me feel? You think I want to hear about this? No, I'm sorry I couldn't give you the answers you were looking for, but I'm happy you found them." I wish I would have gotten that from her, but I didn't. So that's when I knew that I had to cut ties and I had to stop talking to her, because she's a narcissistic parent and is very toxic. And the best thing they say to with a narcissistic person is to just cut them off. And I did. And you know what? Ever since I've cut the narcissistic, toxic family members out of my life, it's been a lot better. I've lost 30 pounds. I've just tried on a dress that I haven't worn in 7 years, and I fit it amazingly. Yeah, things are looking up. I'm still working on the GED, and guess what? That's even the better part. So I have a tutor, and he's a really nice guy, and he's helped me out. But here's something even better. So the new job I have during the day, I found a caregiver position, and I love it. It's amazing. I go to seniors' homes, and I help them with their laundry and their dishes and get their medicine, and I'm so happy doing this.
Yeah, the reason you guys might be familiar with her is we covered one of her videos a while ago where she discussed the time during which she lived at Tim Pool's compound, and he treated her like an insane, like, asshole would. And she finally had gotten out of there and was like really struggling to make it, and now she's kind of making it, you know, like good for her. Because of course Tim Pool's an asshole to his struggling family members.
This job, I think this is the job that I would rather do. This is really great. So also I've got the interview thing going on with the Legacies by Lisa. I'm kicking off, and I'm real excited. So that's, yeah, which is awesome. Yeah, so things are pretty looking up still. I mean, I know I had a couple of moments where things I thought weren't looking great, but now they just went back up, and I'm just, yeah, it's really great. So I got that job, and yeah, and so now the woman actually that I take care of, she's been a math teacher, and she really enjoys math, and which was kind of cool. So she's like, "Bring your math book, let's do math," and I'm like, okay. So it's kind of great. So I help her with stuff around the house, and then hanging out, we kind of play with math for a little bit at the end. So it's really cool. So things are looking really good. But when I woke up this morning, let me go back, sorry, the ADHD. When I woke up this morning, I saw a message from my mom, and I haven't spoken to her in a long time. And, you know, I did send her a brief message because I know she misses her grandkids, and I'm not speaking to her. So all I said in this brief message was, just so you know, I left my ex, I put his name, I'm not going to say it, but, and I just want to let you know that the kids are fine. I'm okay. And that was it. I didn't ask for money. I didn't ask to talk to her. I just wanted to let her know that we're doing okay. And that's it. And then that was June 7th, I sent her that message. And then I haven't seen anything since. And then today I woke up to a link on parental alienation, children who alienate their parents, a documentary. I don't even know if I should watch this thing. That's really funny that she sent that. Yeah, that was interesting. So, I don't know. I don't even know if I should respond to that. I don't think I will. So that was really interesting that I got sent to. I wish she could have been happy. Every time I spoke about my new brothers and how wonderful they are, I just wish she could have been happy for my news. And she wasn't, I guess. She just yelled at me.
Aww.
So there's that. And Tim, I'm still not talking to him or Chris. You know, and it's really funny because it's Pride Month, and I really wanted to talk about this. And I know I had spoken about it before.
Lay it on us,
we had
girl.
This coffee house, and it was on the north side of Chicago, and it was the most wonderful little coffee house, and it was called Java Joe's Acoustic Coffee House, and it was a wonderful little place. Like, we had live music. I know it was stressful.
Right? Isn't she just? She seems like just a really fucking relatable lady, and like, it sucks that her family is so full of assholes. You know?
Really financial on my parents. It really was. But the gay community really came together and helped us out. Some of them lent my mom money to help her out when she was like in debt. They got behind the counter, and they helped us behind the counter working when she couldn't afford employees. And they were so helpful and wonderful people. And now it's like, you know, I don't know. I know Tim was little, but it's so funny because when you go up to Tim and you say, Tim, what do you think of gay people? Or, you know, or what do you think of trans, drag? And he'd say, oh, gay people? I have no problem with gay people. I have no problem with people that are gay. Yeah, I don't care what they do. Like he's so open-minded, and he's not, you know, like against it and anything. But
and
yet he's selling this product. He cornered a market, and he will so openly say on Twitter that he thinks that they are groomers, and I don't get it. And it's like, why? Why do that? It's like, I don't know how quickly to forget how that community came together for us when we really needed it. And it just sucks, you know? And I don't know. I've heard my mom speak
Thanks,
on
Ramsey.
stuff like that, and it's not great. It's just, it really breaks my heart because I still love what we had back then, and it's like they just totally forgot it. And I now know he's opening some coffee house or whatever. He can open his conservative MAGA coffee house or whatever it is, but I really loved the coffee house that we had, and it's a real shame that I think Tim spreads this stuff. I just really wish that he just, I don't know. I like I said, he's not the same guy that he was back then, and I know he was a kid, because I was in my late teens when she opened it. It was the late 90s, so he was young, but I know he remembers. I mean, and we had drag queens come in, and we had, like, everyone, gay, straight, LGBTQ, they all came into my mom's coffee house, and everybody was welcome back then, and it was awesome, and some really funny things, like, they, like, would just get together, and we did open mic night, and it's like, how quickly they forget, you know, and it really hurts, but if they're not going to celebrate it this month, I am. So I know Pride Parade's coming up.
Hell
I'm real
yeah.
excited. I really hope I can go. I might have to work. But I'm excited to go. I really hope I get to go. And thanks again, guys, for the help with the beds. And I'll put my GoFundMe in the description below. And if you don't want to do that, then you can always go to my Cash App, Lisa Poole 1980, and you can get me coffee. I always go for a cup of coffee. So I just wanted to give this quick update and thank you guys. And happy Pride Month. And I'll talk to you guys soon. All right, bye.
At least one of the pools is all right. You know? At least one of the pools is A-okay. I don't know. Like, I just wanted to show you guys something nice, you know? Like, it was just like, oh, just She's wishing everybody a happy Pride and shitting on Tim Pool. Two of your favorite things, chat. Oh, God. Okay, we do have a long-ish segment coming up here. But before we dive into that, I had another just like a really, really nice, what's her account? Here. Let me grab it for you. Do 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 do. She's just Lisa Poole on YouTube. There you go. There you go. There you go. All right. From what I've seen, the rest of his family seem really normal. Even his dad, who's old school, just seems like a normal dude. Yeah, right? All right. Now, for those of you who don't know, there's this guy. He plays a game that I think is called Ball Basket. And this Ball Basket player is named Dwayne Wade. Dwayne Wade has a trans daughter who just turned 16 like a week or so ago. And he has been supporting her in the most beautiful way. He recently had to move his family out of Florida, specifically because he was getting death threats over his support for his 16-year-old daughter. This isn't going to be a Scat Balls video, is it? What? I don't know what that is. I don't want to know. No, we're going to watch... this is an interview from 2021, actually. If it will play... It will play.
Ugly my divorce was.
There we go.
All we did is pump positive juice into the relationship that their mother would have with.
So this is about an hour-ish into an hour and 40-minute long podcast interview.
Zaya, and that's all that mattered to me and my wife. And it was hard.
Lady
My wife
Ringclad,
wanted to sue back. My wife wanted to go.
Putting on makeup.
Because it's taking her profession and what.
And yes, Zaya, his daughter, who's trans, did just walk in Paris Fashion Week.
She do and what she's built. You know what I mean? The things that were said, but ultimately, it's about these kids. And if you lead with love, and if you love unconditionally, then none of that is going to matter at the end.
I wanted to make sure I was on point. You know, we don't script anything on here, but there's some questions, you know, some things that I came across that I wanted to kind of know myself. But you wrote Zaire a letter before he went off to boarding school. You said, my goal as a parent is to raise kids who know their worth and that are better than I could ever be. I want to ask you, what does that mean to you?
So you guys, if you guys have young kids, right, boys or girls, you understand most of the time they want to be like you. They want to live up to the expectations of who you are and what the world has put on them. And so Zaire is my firstborn. I had Zaire, he was born when I was 20 years old, in college. Didn't know what the hell I was going to do in life at that time.
Been there.
20 years old, I'm like, my life's over, right? But one thing about Zaire is Zaire being my firstborn and me, you know, being good at the game of basketball and him following that footsteps to play the game of basketball. It's this unfair things that's put on Zaire. And the one thing I like to always let Zaire know is, listen.
Is this misgendering and dead naming, by the way? No, he has 4 kids. I think his transgender daughter is the 3rd one.
Your name is not Dwayne Wade. Your name is Zaire Wade. You will blaze your own path. You will have your own journey. You know what I mean? And I don't look at you and say, he needs to be like me. You're going to be you. It's my job to find out the greatness in you and be able to show you a little bit, hey, this is where you're great at. Mm-hmm. Don't worry about where people say your dad is or what your dad does. Your dad is old and retired.
Right.
He's moved on. This is your show, son.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So my job is always to show my kids like their greatness. Because I feel like we all have a purpose in this life, right? We're all on this earth for a certain reason. We have a purpose. We all have greatness inside of us.
He just seems like a fucking good dad, you know?
It's my job to get them to their greatness. And so through basketball, we're going to get there. Whether it's basketball or not, we're going to get there through the lessons that basketball teaches us together, right?
That's real.
And so that's my job as a parent. My job is to say, listen, you ain't scoring 20. One thing about Zaire is I realized very early Zaire don't play like me. He has similarities to the way I play, but his game is different. I scored, and I like to score. Now, I wasn't the best scorer in the game, but I like to score. And
Pretty
I can
dang
pass.
close, Coach.
Huh?
You was pretty dang close.
I was good, but like if you look at the records, and I'm not in the top 10, but anyway.
You brought a lot to the table. You too fucking
He pissed me off. Like, he just pissed me off.
For the people out there that's gonna go to the numbers.
Nah, you too humble, bro. You was a dog.
That's the numbers, bro.
No, I'm just saying, it's some numbers, people. I'm just speaking to
Ain't no numbers. Ain't no numbers. We talking about
the people out there. The people out there that's looking at this camera, it's the numbers.
all of that.
But
I'll
here
say
we
it
go.
for you.
But
Fuck all of that. He was a dog.
He was a dog, man.
what I had to do as a parent is I had to, and it took me, and this wasn't, I didn't say it didn't come in one day. I had to understand that Zaire was not me. And it took me, and guys, everything in life that I do, I realize that it's not me who's doing it. You got to look at yourself in the mirror. You got to go to that mirror and look in the mirror, and when you have kids and say, all right, if my kid is going to be boom, 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 how are you going to deal with it, sir? So when it came to Zaire playing basketball, I had to realize, Zaire, you're not me. Your strengths and your talents is this. Let me tap into that with you, okay? It's not about me. And when it came to Zaire, let me tap in, okay, Zaire, let me look in the mirror because I'm going to tell y'all something. And people don't want to hear this and don't believe this. At 3 years old, me and my wife looked at each other and we said, what if? What if Zaire come home, at the time the name was Zion, if Zion comes home one day and say, Dad, I'm gay, or Dad, I'm this, I'm that, what are you gonna do, sir?
That's real.
And so what I did at 3, when Zaire was 3, is I prepared myself and I looked in the mirror and I said, yeah, what are you gonna do? Because you in a locker room where all the guys use is nothing but you gay, you this, you that, you home, whatever. So I'm in that locker room every day. What are you gonna do, sir, when if your child comes home and say, Dad, sorry, I don't want no parts of basketball. I don't want no parts of your life. This is my life and this is how I am. How are you gonna do it?
You thought about that at 3?
I thought about that at 3 years old.
When did Zaire have that conversation with you?
8 years old, 5 years later.
Okay, so here's my question, right? Because that was
Zaya's his daughter, who's he's now talking about.
Important. I just kind of explained to you how I feel about my kids, right? There's an obsession with my children that's probably unhealthy, right? And so as soon as I heard about Zaire, I started paying attention. I became Monday morning father, right? And I said, this is what I do. This is what I'd feel. This is what I would say. And I'm gonna be 100% honest with you, bro. Everything that you did had nothing to do with the thoughts that I had. And you made me check myself, right? Because I claim I love my kids, right? I claim I support my kids. And I'm watching another man who I admire, right? Another man who's lived a life not only on the court but off the court that is to be emulated, do things differently than I would as a parent. And then, very recently, I looked at your child, right? I looked at Zaire, and I know the only thing that we want to do is to see our children smile, right? But what I also realized, I was like, so he's been loving, he's been supportive, he's become a champion beyond his child, and I said, and it's looked easy. I can't believe that it was easy. So can you kind of take us on the journey, because we see the destination, take us on the journey from finding out, from Zaire saying, Dad, this is who I am, to seeing D Wade on talk shows, D Wade being a champion for his, not only for.
Like, just, dude, like this, yeah, exactly, Stadman. This is positive masculinity in a way we don't often get to see, you know? And not only is it positive masculinity, but it's positive masculinity affirming, like, you know, black trans youth. You know, like one of the least affirmed demographics in America, and it's just it's really beautiful.
For his daughter, right? But for anybody who looks at Zaire and says, you know what, that's what I hope to have.
Growing up in the inner city of Chicago, in the hood, you're told that boys do this. Boys play football, boys play basketball, boys play baseball, boys date girls, whatever the case may be. You're told this is what you do, right? So I'm no different. I'm raised that way. I'm in the locker room. I say all the things that everyone is saying. I'm not sitting up here like I have never done or said anything, right, when it comes against the opposite sex, because I was ignorant. I didn't understand.
Right.
So when it hit my doorstep at 3 years old, like I said, when me and my wife looked at each other, right, and the reason we looked at each other is because of this. You know, as kids, I used to put on heels. I used to do all those things. I try to put on whatever my sisters wear. When all my sisters did, I try to do those things. So at first, I said to myself, "Oh no."
Like how many of you have like seen like a highly respected man whose every interaction in like the public spotlight is highly broken down? How many of you have ever seen like a cis straight dude who's like the epitome of masculinity talk about, yeah, I when I was a kid, I tried on like heels and dresses and stuff. Yeah, I had sisters. Like, yo, it's so cool. It's so amazing to see.
Oh, I did that. So I ain't just doing the things that I did. And then it kept going further and further. And then me and my wife had to look at each other and say, well, what if? And at that moment, everything that I was taught went out the window, because now I'm a parent. And my sole job and my sole responsibility is to make sure that this kid grow up knowing that it's supported and is loved by his father and the other parent, right? That's my only job. And so when it came down to Zaya, at 3 years old, I looked at it and said, okay, D. I looked in the mirror. And now, not only did I look in the mirror, when I went in the locker room, I started changing the way I talked. I started changing how I listened to things. And I started challenging people in a different way once I started to ask questions to my...
Dude, like, he learned that his kid was different. And instead of, like, trying to change his kid, he changed himself. That's such a good parent, dude. Most people aren't able to do that, and that's too bad. But I hope people learn from this.
My wife friends, because I've never been, at that time, no one is in the NBA or play basketball has never been openly gay.
Right.
I've never had a conversation with
even in
anybody
our
that
locker
was
room.
openly in our locker room. So I was ignorant when it come to this space. So when my child came home at 8 years old, we were living in Chicago at the time after I left Miami, which we talked about. My child came home, and the reason my child didn't come home, it was an assignment that was done at school. An assignment at school would say, tell me about yourself. And this was the time where Zaya took the time to say, I'm black, I'm this, and I'm gay. At the time, Zaya said, I am gay. So the teacher called home.
At 8 years old.
At 8 years old. The teacher called home and said, hey, I just want you guys to know we post these all over the school, but we didn't want to post this if you guys didn't blah, 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 right? So we sat down with the teacher and talked about the teacher at that time was a gay female.
Okay.
Gave Zion the confidence.
That's a blessing.
To be able to say those words. So when we...
Also, not only is Dwayne Wade, full credit here, not only is Dwayne Wade being an absolute mensch here, like, the other men in the room who are interviewing him are also being really supportive and wonderful.
Sat down, and I was in the room across the way. I prepared myself for 5 years for that moment, not knowing what I was going to do or say. When Zaya sat down with me and was across the way, just like me and you are right now, Ryan, I'm looking at my child. I don't care about anything else. I'm looking at my child, and I'm looking at my responsibilities. I'm looking at a child that's crying, that's afraid to tell their father that they're different than what you probably thought I was, Dad. I don't want to play basketball. I don't even want to be, I'm not a boy. I feel that I am X, Y, and Z, right? I'm looking at my child scared to tell me, and I feel like I am pretty open at this time. I realized that I needed to do better, and I needed to do more, and I needed to educate myself. And so what I did is I picked up the phone, I researched as much as I can because I needed to understand. I sat down with my child and I asked questions because I didn't know. Because it's not our job and our responsibility to tell you who you are. You are going to be who you're going to be. It's my job to try to put you in the best positions to help you reach that goal of who you want to be. But it's not my job to tell you.
And like, I can't imagine being a parent and seeing like the kid you raised, you know, like come to you shaking and scared, not of who they are, but scared of you. Scared of how you as a parent will react to them being who they are. And it's so unfair that so many trans people get put into a position of needing to be afraid of people who should be loving them unconditionally. And like, it's just so beautiful to see how this is how this parenting is supposed to work. You know? This is how it's supposed to be.
You know what I mean? And right now, we experiencing that with Zaya, my 13-year-old, who last year we came out and we spoke to the world that, hey, my 13-year-old came home and said, Dad, this is who I am. I am a transgender child. And we didn't come out until she was 12 to the world. But the reason we came out to the world was because I got tired of trying to hide my child. Right. Taking photos with the rest of my family, not posting Zaya, because we posted one thing on her birthday and there was so many bad comments that we wanted to hide her from it. Right. But it came to a point where I said, am I hiding her from it or am I hiding myself from it?
That's another huge thing to me, right? Like the first two things, the first two feelings you get when you have children are love and protection. Right?
Yep.
And so like I remember hearing it and saying, how would I balance those two things? Right? Because, you know, like we made jokes about me not worrying about being knocked out. But like the other thing is like I'm just a fighter. Ramsey. Like I've always been. You know what I'm saying? Like I got like two modes. Either we're getting along very well or like let's just throw hands and see who wins.
That's called football, people.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
you know? And
not basketball.
And like I'm gonna be honest, man. Like when I watch you as a father, and you know, like I'll be honest, the only interaction we've ever had, man, is you posted something I posted on social media, and I ain't gonna lie, I told my kids I was famous. I was like, D-Wade reposted me on his story. I'm just letting y'all know.
He reposted you?
Man, I felt so good. I ain't even gonna lie, dog. I'm like, damn, bro.
My guy be talking real like that. You know what I'm saying? My guy be talking about the game. He talks some real things, and I'll be like, what he said.
Right. But you know what I'm saying, though, D? So how do you balance, right? Because like you said, you know about the locker room, right? You know about the way people perceive certain things.
I see. Not balance. How do you move it forward?
Yeah, like, and so like doing like...
It's not even moving forward, bro. Like I got tears in my eyes right now, and I hate that I'm the one,
It's always the big dude that cries a lot, though. The big dude always cries a
We
lot.
talked about this machismo thing, and I got tears in my eyes because I'm thinking about, like, the reality is you're part of the 1%.
Yes.
You know, like, not a lot of dudes, bro. Like, think about that because we think about, throwing the ball with our boys and doing those things. And so, you, 1% of being able to, that unconditional love that you talked about, and a lot of people don't understand what that means, for the majority of us is we've seen people lose their lives. Yes. We've seen people take their own lives.
Talk to me.
Right?
Talk to me.
Because of not feeling comfortable with coming to our parents and saying this is what's going on.
That's what I'm saying.
And then also, like, how many fathers have said, especially in our community, that, no, that ain't my son.
100%. That's the thing. That's it.
So, but if we gonna be real, and you talk about no layups, if we gonna be really real in the locker room, how will we deal with that?
With Zaya, with you saying at 3 you saw it, at 8 you knew it, and then you're moving forward. People that dealt with it, people that are going through it, and people that in the future that have that 2-year-old son in a year from now. Like, what advice would you give to them? Because this is real, this is gonna happen. This is so many people's lives that they don't understand what you're talking to. Well, you give them advice. That's what we want on this show.
You just said it.
Advice.
You just said it. I'm over here living real motherfucking life. If everybody on the outside wanna act like things is we grew up in a certain era and things was a certain way.
Right.
Life evolves, people evolve. This is not, 2021 is not the first time that we've experienced gay people, we've experienced transgender, LGBTQ+. This is not the first time. But we're in an era now where people are feeling a little bit more comfortable and confident to come out and express who they really are, right? Like we're in that generation now, right? So my thing is this, ultimately, when it comes to my child, and everyone says they are willing to do this, I'm willing to die for mine. And so if you want to say something against mine, if you want to hurt mine, come and talk to me first. Because my child has the right and the ability to be whoever they want to be in this life, and I'm going to make sure of it. I don't care who or what they decide to do. If this is my job. I am the leader of this family. As the leader of this family, I'm going to make sure who you are is shown and shouted out to the world, because I don't want my kids to not feel comfortable. And we're already black people in the world. That's enough. Right. Now we want to add, like, I got people out here, dog. I got people out here that will tell me that me and my wife are trying to get some kind of financial gain off of my child coming out saying that she's transgender. But I got over 100 in the bank. I don't need that. That's not about me.
You say you got over 100?
Hold on. He sat up. He sat up quick.
Not about that. Not about money.
Hey, look at it. Look.
100. Different. You heard what he said? You know what? They don't understand. They took 50%. D, how you follow through?
Hey, D, wait. This ain't my show. This like when you hit the one off the backboard and you was like, hey, I remember Kobe did it, so I did it. I'm gonna leave now.
No. But I'm saying,
but yeah, we bullshit. But yeah.
It's not about that. For me, I'll start anything. One day, we don't know when that day is gonna come where our expiration date, all of our expiration date is gonna come, right? When I leave this earth, I want my family, I want my mom, my kids, everybody to say, you know what, he did everything he could to make sure that we felt seen.
Bread into toast, nope. There's no plot twist. Just a dad supporting his daughter.
We felt loved and we were heard. And that's all I care about when it comes to my family. I don't care about the outside noise. We don't listen. Zaya don't give a fuck about the outside noise.
Because of you, though.
Yeah, Zaya don't care.
Because of you.
But you know what? You know what, B. Marshall? I was watching Pose. Thank you. I love the Pose crew. They have become family to me and my family. I was watching Pose with my daughter, right? The first season 1 of Pose. And it was a scene in there where the father came home and threw his son out of the house because he was looking at these magazines that was what he perceived, gay magazines that was inappropriate about men. He kicked them out on the streets. And at that moment, my child was like, I've never experienced that. I don't even know what that, like, this was foreign to her. And at that moment, I was like, thank you for allowing me to be her father. Because it's lesser people out there that can't get over themselves. It's not about the child. It's about you individually. So if people can't get over themselves and their pride and their ego, you know what I'm saying? Get out the fucking way and let your child to be who they are. And that's what I've tried to do. I've tried to get out the way and say, you know what? This is who you are.
In that situation, what did you tell your daughter? Y'all were watching the show and she saw that.
I didn't have to say anything. She's seen it. For the first time, she saw that she don't have to live life like that, that she has a family that loves her and support her. And it's like, once again, that our village loves her and support her. And when I tell y'all this, we didn't know a lot about transgender. We didn't know a lot about lesbian and gay and queer. We didn't know a lot about the issues that everyone say. But what we had to do was we had to go educate ourselves. So she's educated us on a life outside of the black community and just us.
So in that education, because now, on top of being an NBA legend, on top of being a great father, that you now also have to stand in front of that movement as well, so that Zaya's and...
This is an interview from a podcast called I Am Athlete. We actually skipped the first hour of it because it wasn't relevant to the transgender conversation, but this seems like a really wholesome group of boys.
And the next generation of Zayas are treated in a way that they're not only...
I might watch more of this show, despite the fact that I do not care about basketball.
Part of their community, but a part of I'm talking about even just black people. They're treated differently.
Those numbers are staggering.
It's unbelievable. It makes me sick.
It's amazing the information.
Yeah, Jim, Kanye went on Instagram and said he loves Jewish people after he watched 21 Jump Street.
That comes out about, black transgender women. It's so sad, man.
And Fred, you know what? It's this thing where people feel like when you have a little boy, right? We grow up as young men and we like, oh, I can't wait to have a little boy because I'm gonna give him all everything I got, right? You have this little boy and you want this little boy, you play football, basketball, you want them to play that sport, right? That's what we pass on, what we know, our knowledge, right? It's nothing in us to be like, oh, when I have a little boy, I can't wait to do X, Y. No, we want them to play football, we want to play basketball. That's what we did, right?
That's right.
But when my child, and I'm trying to present that, and my child is like, no, this is not who I am. I have to listen. At some point, as a parent, I know you're the parent, and I'm not saying that people out there get it wrong when they feel that, oh, the child is now parenting the parents. No, it's not that. But one thing you understand from a young age, your child is going to be who they are. You have to pay attention. You have to watch who they are. You have to be able to go there where they at and be able to bring that up, right? So they can feel confident in whoever they're going to become. And so for me, as a parent, when it came down to Zaya, yes, I tried to put a basketball in Zaya's head. Zaya was like, no, don't want no part of the sport. Tell granddad to stop buying me baseball mitts because I don't want none of that. You know what I mean? And, you know what I mean? And tell dad, no, dad, I don't want to do no push-ups. Don't tell me to man up. And I had to learn.
So here, hold on, here, I got this. One of the things that I saw that you said, my goal as a parent is to raise kids who know their worth and that they are better than I could ever be. So what's Zaya's worth?
Zaya's worth is outside of this world. We have no idea. And I posted something the other day and I pushed hashtag iconic because the movement that Zaya, the space and the voice that she has, and not putting on her, she's 13 years old. She's a child still. But
she be fly as hell, though. She be fly as hell.
And know it. And know it.
And be stunting on them. Yes.
But the ability that Zaya has with an interview, with coming to her father and saying, Dad, this is who I am, and having me as a father to be able to speak out for her. Zaya don't speak much. Me and my wife speaks for her, right? Because we're sitting down with her. We like, okay, we just learned something new. Okay, so this is what demisexual mean. Okay, I didn't know nothing about demisexual.
Also, like, yeah, Zaya's style is like just impeccable. Like, holy shit, that handbag, like the jacket, like, yeah, her style is real effing good. Okay.
My bad. Like, we sit down with her and then we come out to the world after we go research and talk to all our friends and say, okay, this is where we at now with Zaya. You know what I'm saying? And so the whole thing is, what I like to tell people is, like, it's not that our kid is running the asylum. We are learning from our child of who they are. And it's our job to now go, and once they say these are the things I'm interested in, to go do their search, to go do their research and come back with them with answers. And so I have answers and questions.
I was extremely pissed off with you earlier, right? Because you was in that whole, oh, if I'm counted in the top 5, like, it's cool.
You know, man, that's my humble beginnings I come from.
If they think I can score, oh, it's great.
Also, just to give you, like, some insight, this is Zaya Wade at 13 for her birthday party. When they're like, contemporary with this interview, when they're talking about, like, how she's styling on everybody, okay? Like, holy shit, dude. Those pants. She's wearing, like, a fucking medieval, like, dress. Like, what the hell? This outfit shouldn't work. The purple hair, but absolutely queen shit. Like, so good.
Right, like that's who you were.
Wine. It's good. All
so
right.
it's excellent. So, but like, here's what I'm gonna tell you.
Is she an anime
man.
character? Yeah, I think I think it'd be fair to call Zaya Wade an anime character.
And I'm gonna be honest, straight up, like, it's not football, all that stuff. I count myself a good parent, bro. You got to give yourself some credit, right? You got to give yourself credit for listening. You got to give yourself credit for the humility of being a black man who succeeded from the places you succeeded. and being
See you,
willing
bread
to
into
listen
toast.
to your child, right? Like, I don't know how y'all grew up, but I know I ain't have an opinion in my house. And so for you to listen to that, bro, and for you to
This
now...
is, Brian, this is life and death what I'm dealing with.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, hold on. Before you even go there, before you go there, nah, come on. No layups. Hold on, no layups. No, D-Wade, confidence, swagger, he know what he is. It ain't about give himself credit. Can we just give him flowers? Cause you know who you is back when you had the little
the Band-Aid?
Yeah, the Band-Aid on your eye. He came in being disruptive. Let's give him flowers. Let's give him flowers for what you said. It's not about him knowing. He know. Let's give him. Can we give him flowers? Flowers.
Hey, bro, y'all went down here. Everybody in this motherfucker had the Wade aid. Like, come on now.
No, I ain't have that. You was tripping. Everything else you did in fashion, you was tripping on that.
I had stitches. I didn't want to wear that brown Band-Aid. First of all,
I didn't know.
He was trying to be cute. He was trying to be cute.
No, until now, I didn't know that it was Band-Aids made for our complexion.
Yeah.
Think about it. When we grew up, they gave us one Band-Aid. It was that light-skinned Band-Aid. I ain't light-skinned. So I was like, let me come with some flavor because this don't go with my looks.
Bruh, what's up with the pink hair and the braids at 40,
Let's talk
bro?
about it. Let's talk
Are
about
you going through a midlife crisis? Is that Gabby? Because a nigga don't get braids at 40. Nigga,
Hey,
that's a
cross-dressing
11-year-old
queen.
haircut. Why you doing the dye and the bleach, bro? You know what? You just brought up something I done seen because I'm a Miami guy.
Yeah.
Bro, you
Talk to
retired, you got
Yeah.
40, and you started doing the colorful hair and the braids, bro.
Hey, he also, though he didn't want to explain this to us, has over $100 million in the bank.
Yeah.
I have not forgotten that.
You just get bank statements. You don't know what you got in there.
You know what I'm finna do? I'm finna ask for his number though before we leave, so I can get some
I'm
investment.
on a low totem pole.
Bro, what's up with the hair and all this?
I felt that question was gonna come, and you know
It
what?
gotta come,
And when I
bitch.
looked at the panel, I was like, it's definitely coming from you.
Faux dude with pink hair.
Every
You know I gotta ask you this shit.
I just don't. Channing, you know what? I don't give a.
Okay, pause. Pause.
No.
He said.
No, I'm gonna live my thing is this. Whatever, I'm gonna live my life my way. And you know what? If I feel like I want to color my hair at 50, I'm gonna color my hair at 50 because can't nobody tell me what to do.
Hell
I am
yeah.
free. They said we free, right?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Kevin Dredd, thank you for gifting a sub over on Twitch.
Well, I'm free to do what the hell I want to do.
Yeah,
And if
but
I wanna
people
pay
don't
my-
do that. That's what he's saying, though.
I'm a fly dude. I feel like sometimes I want to be flyer, so I go with a different hair color.
And that's what you do when you get
So
fly.
I go with blonde. I go with here's the
Fingernail
thing.
polish, toenail
Let me tell you
polish.
this. Let me give you the real though. I was just fucking with you.
No. I love
What it is for me, and I don't understand when people understand this, but it's an extension of my expression of my creativity. Right? I feel that I'm a very creative person. And throughout this pandemic, I felt trapped. I felt that my creativity had no space. It couldn't go nowhere. It was living inside of me. I couldn't get it out because we were locked in and we was like cage animals, right? And in the midst of that pandemic, I told my wife, I said, babe, I need to do something. I need to do something crazy. And she was like, what it is? I said, I'm about to color my hair pink. She was like, what? But for me, like, even when I get, since I've been older, I now have tattoos. I didn't have tattoos for 6 years. I now have tattoos. I color my hair. I get paint on my nails. It's all an extension of my creativity. Sometimes my creativity is oozing out of me. And in some ways I know how to express it, is I express it on my own physical body. And so my hair, my nails, my dress, that's all just a part of me that people don't want to see because all they see is the athlete you. I'm a bad motherfucker on that court, right?
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? We could fight, we could talk, we could do whatever. And so they put you in that position and say, oh, he's a basketball player who's tough. A tough guy don't paint his nails. A tough guy don't get his hair colored. No, I'm versatile. I'll be tough and I'll come in. You feel?
I love it.
God, what a fucking mensch, dude. The positive masculinity here is off the charts, dude. I love this.
I love it.
I'm rocking it. You know what I'm saying?
I've been over here like, fuck. RC gonna let me talk? Fuck. I know Channing ain't gonna let me talk.
I talk a ton.
And B gonna cut off everybody.
No, hold time out.
I gotta plead for him to let me finish.
Fred, no, time out. No, respect. No, let's be real. You say no layup. No, because you just. No. Forget D-Wade right now. You just called me out. Have I not the last 2 shows chilled?
All right,
And
you
I ain't-
cool.
All right, no. Give me my respect.
You cool.
You cool.
All right, bet. Give me my respect.
I don't know when I'm coming back.
You cool,
so
baby.
I said
like
before I got here, I'm gonna let D Wade talk more than me and nobody else. I'm gonna be straight up with you. I'm gonna be straight up with you.
That's
I
the
won't
thing
worry
on the
about
show.
Shannon.
That was the thing on the show, me cutting people off. So the last 3 shows, I just been sent back. That's why I've been chilling.
They call me Unc on the show, right? I'm more of the serious and let's go, right? Zaya, she just did an interview with Michelle Obama. I thought that was courageous, man, and she did an amazing fucking job. We talk about bravery and, you know, celebrity dad, you know, perception. In our own community, though, in the black community, you're gonna get the most shit from the black community more than anybody else because they don't understand it. I wanna ask you, in this situation, who was the most, like, we talk about bravery. Was it Zaya? Did you get it from her to go a step further? Was she more brave than you to wanna, you know, make this known and inspire the next generation? Or was it you being able to say, look, let me shape and move this conversation to help other people? How can I make it easier for everyone else? By, you know, using your platform and your leverage.
Another thing about this show, too.
Yeah, I kind of go long-winded.
Yeah. So that's why I cut him off. Like his ass, damn, nigga, can you get the question out?
It's a million things.
So D-Wade, while you playing, dog, I didn't move from like the red D-Wade to the white D-Wade. Like, I'm in a bad place. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. Your boy, so like, hey, dog, because of the pandemic.
I should have brought more wine.
I knew I was coming on the show and had to wear jeans, so I couldn't eat today, dog. I'm in a bad place.
To address what Fred said, and
I'm wearing jeans. I'm in a bad place. Damn. That's very relatable as a streamer.
this goes back to what I said in the beginning, is are you doing it for your child or are you doing it for you? Right? Me and my wife had this conversation. Are we protecting Zaya? Are we keeping her out of pictures? Are we not saying anything because it's for her protection or is it for our protection? It's the ones that's out there in the public eye, knowing the scrutiny that's gonna come back. And so once I seen her bravery to come out and have the confidence to speak her truth, because I know so many people, we have friends who 20, 30, 40 years hid from who they really were. And when I seen an 8-year-old have the confidence to come out and say, Dad, Nikki, family, this is who I am. It was nothing else I could do but support that, because I know how hard it is. Even as a 39-year-old man, it's hard for me to come out sometime and say how I really feel, or certain things about myself, I still keep it hidden because of maybe what the world would say. So I look at my child and I say, thank you for leading the way. Now let me take it from here, because
So
I am your
beautiful,
father. I am in the public eye. You sit back, we will take it from here. You led the way. You gave us the confidence to step out and say, our child is this. And understand this, it's ever evolving.
Okay.
Who our child is today may not be who our child is in 10 years.
Okay.
We're going down this journey with our child. Do you guys know the person you was at 20 was not who you was at 30, was not who you're going to be at 40, 50, and so on. So I know that.
But is it you or is it Zaire? Because also, I talk about getting messy, but I feel like my role on this show is to play like the James Brown, is to play Barbara Walters and all of that. So is it really you that started this, or was it Zaire? Because there's something special about Zaire.
Oh, I didn't start. First of all, Zaya started this.
Zaya.
All right, Zaya. We all are led by Zaya, who's 13 years old. Now, Zaire, Gab, myself, whoever's in the public eye to have a voice that people know about, all of our job was to, at the end of the day, was to see nothing but love. We don't see color, and we don't see sexuality, we don't see gender, we see love. And so Zaire, and I give him a lot of credit, as a young teenage boy, to be able to go to school and his friends and people who writing on his social media about his sister, about his sibling, and to be able to handle it the way he's handled it, and to understand that he was going to go out in the world and get these questions and get this jokes and all that, and to see him say, I don't care about none of that. All I care about is my sister, my sibling being happy. I don't care what, even if he don't understand it. At the end of the day, when I'm dealing with people, is I'm dealing with life and death. It's people in the transgender community that are getting killed. It's kids that are murdering themselves. They're hanging themselves. They're killing themselves because you know what? Some symbol is acceptance. Some symbol is unconditional love. It's not being given to these kids. And I'll be damned if my child gonna be that person because of some symbol as me supporting who you are. So, Boosie, all the people who got something to say, Jay Boogie who just came out, all the people who got something to say about my kids, I thank you because you're allowing the conversation to keep going forward because you know what? You might not have the answer today. I don't have all the answers, but we're growing from all these conversations. So I thank everybody for even hating and starting those conversations because those conversations are starting other conversations that we need to have and that's happening out there. So I don't hate it.
I'm gonna say this, bro.
What a fucking wholesome cinnamon roll. Oh my god. Shout out to Emma Vigeland, who, by the way, who made like a throwaway comment towards the end of one of the Majority Reports recently about Dwayne Wade, and I'm really glad that I found this. You know.
Hey, you're a real life G, D Wade, bro.
Because like, and that could have been a whole nother damn 30 minutes about what you just said.
I thought this show should have been 3 hours.
All right, bet. But my belief is.
That's me. This show should have been 3 hours because I keep
stronger than your doubt.
Yes, sir.
What is that? What does that mean?
So, I actually made that quote up in 2006 when I won the championship. And my whole life until that moment, I was always less than in the eyes of people when it came to basketball. Right? No one gave me a chance. You know, when you go into those big events, whether you at a seminar or whether you at a camp, they say 1 in 1 million makes it to the NBA, the statistics. No one, I ain't gonna say no one, my core people believed in me. Right. You know, but at the end of the day, when I won that championship in 2006, I was sitting back and I was like, what is it that represents Dwayne Wade? And at the end of the day, my belief in myself and my loved ones is always stronger than your doubt in them. Right? And so my belief is stronger than your doubt because your doubt, which the world is ran on people's doubt, right? People have bad days because of a comment that's made because someone doubt that they look beautiful.
Oh, we'll get to Michael Knowles, Jim.
My belief in myself and what I'm capable of is stronger than your doubt in me because that's all we get as athletes. We get doubts. As black men, we get doubts. But my belief in myself and what I'm able to accomplish and who I'm going to be. My mom told me that when I was a little kid, when I used to walk down the streets and holding my mom's hand, she said, "Son, your life is bigger than basketball." Ooh. She told me I always told my mom I want to be a basketball player. She said, "Son, I hope you do that, but your life is bigger." And I never knew what my mom meant until I retired from the game of basketball. And now I realize my life is bigger. And if it's just being a parent and if it's just supporting my children, whatever it is, my life is bigger than just a sport. So your doubt in me means nothing because my belief in myself is going to take me places. That's the only reason y'all know who I am is because my belief in myself. Right. So my belief in myself is stronger than your doubt in me, no matter what.
That's amazing. 2006, you put that together, and now you sort of talk about it.
Yeah.
I got this from All the Smoke, our brothers, you know, Barnesy.
Dang, I wish I could smoke weed.
Huh?
I don't know how.
I gotta show love.
What? You don't know how to smoke weed? What?
They had me on their show.
Matt Barnes and Stephen Jackson.
Yep, there you go. All the smoke. And the last thing they asked me was, who do you think should sit in that seat next?
Football, basketball, life, business.
Here's you understand though, D Wade though, what I've learned tonight from D Wade though, is that he should be the next black president.
No, because they go back into your history too much.
Yeah, they go.
And I lived in Miami for the first. You know,
but I was here since 05 too. So yeah.
I don't want them to dig up. I don't want them digging up my past.
No, Ocho say don't get a table left.
So I got some things I need to say to Ocho too.
We miss Ocho tonight. Don't get a table left.
Hey Fred, why would you say that?
I mean that's
what Ocho always player friendly and don't talk about the
Ocho in Jamaica right now for a reason because you know I was coming with some.
My last personal question to you on the way out. I want to know what a 06 Wade would have done in the bubble.
Being kicked out?
Because we talked about the bubble wasn't tough.
Damn.
They put an asterisk.
Damn, they getting tipsy though.
On the Lakers championship.
What is this? This is a podcast called I Am Athlete, and we watched the last 30 minutes because it was mostly Dwayne Wade being incredibly based and supportive of his trans daughter.
What would you have done with no fans in the stands, the whole thing? I just want to know that from a pro.
They put an asterisk on the Lakers championship. They put one on our 2012 championship because of the lock. That's what the media does. Ultimately, no matter what you do, and you guys play sports, understand this, to be able to bring a team together, to be able to be the best at the end of the year is one of the hardest things you will ever do in life. I don't care where you playing the game at, it's hard to be the best. So the fact that the Lakers, LeBron came out as the best and he won his fourth, everybody, the talking heads are going to say all the things to talk about the negative parts of it. Let's talk about the positivity of it, the mental health that was being dealt with, being locked and caged up into your room for months and having to go out here and perform for the world. Right, let's talk about the ability that there ain't no crowd in there. So everybody, you guys had those guys in practice who can ball, but the lights come on and the game get on and they suck.
Talked about that.
You know about the practice guy. So in the bubble, and I'm not saying no names, but in the bubble, listen, you don't have people out there saying your mom is blah blah blah, your mom this, your dad that, you suck, you did. You don't have those different things that kind of take your mind away from the game. You could just focus on the game. But at the same time, the bubble is not something that we're accustomed to. It was like being caged animals trying to win a championship in the bubble. So you got to understand what was hard about the bubble and appreciate that this is different than any other season that we've ever seen, and crown the guys who got to the championship because they earned it and it was not easy. You know what I mean?
No, we got to answer the question. We got to answer the question.
I don't want to answer no question. I got a quick rap. D-Wade, all these dudes want to fight on the court. All these dudes jump up.
They saw. You're right.
He ain't got on that white pants
I'm going to start off by saying, all right, listen, when it comes down to it, I will fight. All right.
Yes.
Now, from Chicago, I'm going to throw things. I ain't just fighting you. I ain't saying let's square up. No, I'm looking for microphones and everything they got in the arena. But here's the thing. Every player that was in the position that I was in at some point that was considered a star player, right? Just like Michael Jordan in Chicago, you need Charles Oakley.
Yeah.
I needed Udonis Haslem. Because at the end of the day, I really don't want to take that fire, and I really don't want to fight this. I really don't want to fight you, Ruben Patterson. But you know what? you know who want to fight Ruben Patterson? Udonis Haslem. So with that being said, UD ain't got nothing to worry about in life as long as I'm out here living life. My boy, my man, he is good. So like, but I say that, I'm not saying I'm gonna run away from a fight, because I will do it. That's how we grew up. That's the hood. But I'm a brand. Can't do it.
All right. But you understand.
I ain't out here selling fight. We ain't boxers. That's why you gotta have Udonis Haslems in your life.
Just give me answer the last question. Who needs to sit in that seat
Who
next?
needs to sit in this seat next? Okay, well, because I'm on TNT right now, and I think this guy is very kind of misunderstood, and even though he's talked about who he is, I think Charles Barkley needs to sit in this seat next.
Ooh.
And I'm gonna say that because Charles Barkley, who I've got an opportunity to spend a lot of time with, is a phenomenal human being. He's a phenomenal man. And a lot of being on the TV as he has been for 20 years and away from the game, it's this misconception of him as this hater. And I know the older guys definitely come off as haters, because I've had to talk to Shaq about, bro, you hating. But here's the thing, once you sit down and talk to a person, you realize that they're more than just that 15 minutes on pregame, or that 15 halftime minutes. They're more than that. So if it's any other former athlete that can sit on this chair right here, I would say I hope you guys reach out and get Charles Barkley, because he's going to educate us on a lot of things. He's very knowledgeable, he's very worldly, but also too, he's a real dude. And real dudes watch this podcast. This is a podcast that real dudes watch. So if you want some real dude information, put Charles on this seat and let him ride. That's what I say.
Hey, we could have went on for 3 hours.
Cool, I'm gonna go pee though.
Let him go. I'm sorry.
Dude, that was wholesome and recharging. I don't know. There's just been so much fucking awful shit when it comes to trans people, trans kids in particular, and it actually means a lot to be able to like sit down and see like a hugely prominent figure. Like I don't know, just real quick, just out of curiosity, yeah, he has 20 million followers on Instagram. He has more followers than like most most European countries. Like, I don't know, seeing someone with that type of reach and that type of pull, just unabashedly and full-throatedly supporting his trans daughter is really, really important, I think. Did you cover what happened in Arkansas? You'll have to be more specific. A lot of things happen in Arkansas. I have recently come across a piece of information about H.R. Geiger. What, they were non-binary? Yeah. We did cover that. We did cover the struck down anti-trans law in Arkansas. Unfortunately, we also have to cover another story here that is less good. So Tennessee passed a bill recently that bars medical treatment for transgender minors, barring them from getting gender-affirming care. And part of that bill, or at least it begins to go into effect on July 1st, so pretty soon here. There have been attempts to block it in court, but those are moving along slowly. And doctors across the state have instructions on how to detransition already transitioned minors by reversing their HRT regimens and ceasing puberty blockers. Additionally, there's some fuckery going on. And that fuckery comes in the form of the Attorney General of Tennessee. Vanderbilt turns over transgender patient records to state in Attorney General probe. So basically, the Tennessee Attorney General has decreed that this investigation into possible medical billing fraud necessitates Vanderbilt University Medical Center turning over all of its patient records related to transgender people. So, number one, yes, they are literally making lists. And second of all, we have a deadline coming up here that involves barring transgender minors from receiving the care that they are already receiving. Meaning that it is very likely that they are going to use this information to specifically identify which minors are trans and receiving gender-affirming care. We've lost. We haven't lost, but again, I will reiterate, like, if you're a trans person in Florida, if you're a trans person in Tennessee, if you're a trans person in Georgia, man, I'd get the fuck out. I'd get the fuck out. This story from the Tennessean, just, man, let's see here. The state has legal standing to seek private medical records per a healthcare legal expert. However, the move has sparked privacy concerns among families whose children sought treatment at VUMC amid an increasingly contentious political climate surrounding transgender issues in Tennessee, where multiple legal battles are ongoing over state policies. VUMC received requests from the Office of the Tennessee Attorney General as part of its investigation seeking information about transgender care. At VUMC, the Tennessee Attorney General has legal authority in an investigation to require that VUMC provide complete copies of patient medical records that are relevant to its investigation. VUMC was obligated to comply and did so, John Hauser, VUMC's chief communications officer, said in a statement. In its notice to patients, VUMC said it provided the records with the Attorney General's assurance that the records would remain confidential as required by Tennessee law. We know that's bullshit. We are surprised that VUMC has deliberately chosen to frighten its patients like this, Attorney General Chief of Staff Brandon Smith said in an emailed statement. The office does not publicize fraud investigations to preserve the integrity of the investigative process. The office maintains patient records in the strictest confidence as required by law. The investigation is focused solely on VUMC and certain related providers, not patients, as VUMC is well aware. So, again, bullshit. Bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. Once they have those records, they are going to also use them in an investigation into child abuse. If I were to take a wild guess, you know, literally fucking lying, bro. Was this just for minors or adults as well? It's for all transgender patients for VUMC, so it includes adults and minors. Yeah. Chris Sanders, executive director of the Tennessee Equality Project, an LGBTQ advocacy organization, said 3 different parents of transgender children called him in a panic since Monday after they were told by Vanderbilt that their child's medical records were released to the Attorney General as part of an investigation. Sanders said the parents had no other details about what had happened. They're terrified, he said. They don't know what's next, they don't know how this will be used, or whether they will be targeted in some way. They feel like their privacy has been violated. Sanders said many people are upset that Vanderbilt did not fight harder to prevent turning over patient information. He said others are concerned over the implications for other politically charged issues such as abortion, and whether the Attorney General could obtain reproductive health care information. Yeah. Patients affected were, this might be one of the worst parts. Patients affected were provided with a hotline number to call with questions and concerns, which is an answering service that asks callers to leave a name and phone number. They literally had a hotline along with this announcement, and it just goes to an answering machine. Dude. Didn't similar things happen less than 100 years ago in Germany? Yep. All the red flags. And basically, chat, the medical fraud that the Attorney General is investigating is due directly to Matt Walsh and his ilk in Tennessee, who have been pushing a conspiracy theory that VUMC is transing kids against their will and fired staff who did not believe that kids needed transgender or gender-affirming care. Like, this is like almost directly because of far-right ideologues like Matt Walsh, who is active in Tennessee, by the way. Yeah, there was like an expose that was later like completely debunked, but that's what kicked off this entire investigation. And yeah, not great. Hey, Chris Huggy. So that's where we're at here. I'm gonna take a little bit of a break. I'm gonna use the bathroom, get some more water, and we're gonna play some chill music. Yeah, I hope you're all doing okay. I know that was a lot, and that was really, really heavy. And folks, keep in mind that I do need money to live. So if you guys would like to make any donos or gift subs, I've been streaming now for 4 hours, and I would very, very much appreciate it. And if you would like to, if you're over on Twitch or YouTube, come on over to riverboat.gg, where I don't have to actually split any of your donos or gifted subs with anybody. Don't have to split it 50-50 on Twitch. Don't have to split it 70-30 on YouTube. You can just come on over to riverboat.gg, and I get to keep 100% of the money you send me over there. So if you would like to support me, I would really appreciate it. Are you going to be moving to Kick? Honestly, Jim, I don't know. I'm inclined to say no. But also I am looking to expand to pretty much any other like platform, you know. The main issue I have with Kick is that it's I mean, basically every streaming service has like scum fucks behind it, you know. Twitch has Amazon, Kick has the gambling industry, fucking Rumble has Peter Thiel behind it. Is XQC really moving to Kick? Yeah, he signed a $100 million deal. Literally one of the biggest contracts of all time for like an individual like worker, I guess. Ain't no streamer worth that much money. I mean, I don't know. How big is XQC? XQC. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. We got to restart our Chrome. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. There we go. There we go. XQC. I don't know. He has almost 12 million people who follow him on Twitch. Also, we'll get into this. We'll get into this, chat. It's another segment of the show. It's coming up. Though, you're getting ahead of me here. Okay, we'll get into it. I need to pee so badly. I need to pee so badly. BRB. Hello, everybody. How you doing? Howdy, howdy, howdy. Taco Tuesday is trademarked. Yep, that's 2023 in a nutshell. How we doing? Feeling a bit down after the last segment, not gonna lie. Yeah. Very glad I'm going to band practice soon. I hope you have fun at band practice. I'm just so fucking tired. Just had an entire conversation with my partner where they answered I am Groot over and over again. Relationship goal achieved. Hell yeah. That's how you know they're the one. Learned that mixed use zoning is confirmed for Cities Skylines 2. So I'm good. Plus newest Planet Zoo DLC adds sand cats. I don't know what a sand cat is. Same, but I also have a cold. I'm sorry. Also, I don't know. Would you guys like just a chill video game stream after this? I had several more segments planned, but just feeling feeling not great. We can do whatever you want. Well, that's very generous, Jim. I think chill might be in order now. Yeah, we'll get to Glenn Greenwald. I was also gonna cover some Biden RFK Jr. stuff, and Twitch dying as a platform. But so long as you have fun, we have fun. Well, I'm gonna try my goddamn best because man, that last segment just made me want to cry my eyes out. Makes my heart hurt. Sounds like it's time for a mental health break stream. Maybe, Classic Daddy. Did we cover Joe Rogan talking to Robert F. Kennedy Jr.? We didn't cover that. I planned to talk about it a bit. I only wipe once. Andrew Tate is a really good person. Yeah, he's really good at getting charged with rape crimes and trafficking minors. I will give him that. He's pretty good at it. He's also pretty good at being a fucking loser who poses with underage anime girls. Did you guys know this, by the way? Andrew Tate's just a fucking weirdo, bro. Like, he goes around posting photos of himself with underage anime girls. I shit you not. Look at this clown. Look at him. You think that girl's over 18? Nah, that's like a 14-year-old schoolgirl. Bro is literally so lame that he's like he himself photoshopping like 14-year-old schoolgirls into his pics, and they're just cartoons. Dude, that's crazy. Yeah, he tweeted this out June 7th. You can go check his Twitter. It's still up there. It's wild, bro. Wild. In fact, actually, you can go and look at a bunch of them on his Twitter. Oh, look. Here he is with an anime girl on June 9th. Here he is with another anime girl on June 12th. Oh, look. Here he is with another underage anime girl on June 8th. Dude just keeps photoshopping himself with underage anime girls. Yeah, this is the cool dude you all look up to. Fucking clown shit, dude. Isn't he pro-Taliban now? No, I'm pretty sure Andrew Tate, like, converted to Islam or something. I don't know. Yeah, you can make short of this. It'll be great. Yeah. I make no guarantees, VCC TV. Go on his, like, just go on his Twitter feed and go through, like, the media he posts. And, like, I don't know. Throughout the month of June, he's just been posting these. I don't know why. Dude's not great. Is that even true, though? Is it true that he got charged with rape and child sex trafficking? Yeah, it is true, actually. Thought conservatives were more into that Western Judeo-Christian values. What happened? I thought Islam was destroying the West. Well, so Jim, the answer to your question is that conservatives don't really care about religion, except insofar as it serves their conservative values. And in that respect, conservative fundamentalist Islam is basically interchangeable with fundamentalist like Christianity, etc. Oh, Winby, thank you for gifting
My
2
car
tier
is
1 subs.
homophobic. Transmission going out during Pride SADGE.
Sounds like you have yourself a transmission to replace that transmission. Thank you for the 2 gifted tier 1 subs, by the way. I really, really appreciate that. It's been a relatively slow day. God damn. You know, maybe I have it in me to talk about. Maybe I have it in me to talk about RFK Jr. I have it in me to talk about RFK Jr. Let's go. So I'm gonna kick it off a little bit here. There's a man. There's a man. Can someone save me from the commercials? Chris Huggy, you can just come over to riverboat.gg. There are no commercials. So, anyway, folks, there's this man. You might know him. I've talked about him before on my show. His name is Michael Knowles. Yesterday he was peddling a brand new conspiracy theory that I've never seen before, and actually I find fascinating. Find it fascinating. It's astounding how many conservatives don't understand this. It's in the official name. Juneteenth, National Independence Day. In response to Aaron McIntyre, for those who need it spelled out to them, the purpose of popularizing a holiday no one has ever heard of, which focused on slavery a few weeks ahead of Independence Day, was always to replace July 4th. That's right, folks. Michael Knowles of the Daily Wire believes that Juneteenth was invented by the liberals to replace the 4th of July. He believes that that is a thing that's happening for some reason. Why would liberals want to replace the 4th of July? Who knows? Conservatives are just fucking crazy, bro. Yeah, Charlie Kirk was saying it too. It's like, what are you talking about? You can celebrate 2 things. Why is it crazy? Why are you getting conspiratorial about yeah, we're celebrating the day that slavery ended in the United States. Yeah, I think that that's a fine thing to celebrate, actually, alongside, a couple weeks away from celebrating, the independence of our country. I think you can celebrate those 2 things a couple of weeks away from each other. This is like saying, yes, Christmas was invented to just overshadow the new year. You know, every year we got Christmas, and you know what? One of these days, big Christmas, it's gonna end the new year. We just won't have
Jack,
New Year's
who is
anymore.
That on screen? Oh, it's a pretty lady. Got him. Be wahaha ha ha ha. Be wahaha ha ha ha. Ba wahaha ha ba wahaha.
Why does the text-to-speech always read bwahaha differently? Sometimes it's bwahaha, and sometimes it's BWAHAHAHAHAHA, and sometimes it's bwahaha. Why? Why the difference? And thank you very, very much for the 5 gifted subs, Archangel. That is very generous of you. Thank you so goddamn much. Appreciate you. But seriously, it's just an insane idea that leftists invented the idea to celebrate the end of slavery in order to overshadow the day we celebrate our independence from a king. That's just crazy. That's crazy. Conservatives, if they seriously want to embrace the Lincoln abolitionist history they love to brag about, should be the first ones to celebrate Juneteenth. Yeah, chat, it's such a layup. It's such a layup. Just celebrate the end of slavery. It doesn't have to be controversial. But instead they're like, nah, we can't do that. We got to invent some insane conspiracy theory, you know? And speaking of insane conspiracy theories, I think that's why they love RFK Jr., okay? They fucking love RFK Jr. so much, and I guess I need to be careful playing clips of RFK Jr. specifically because of YouTube. YouTube apparently doesn't like clips of RFK Jr. right now. But we have Michael Knowles, lover of weird conspiracy theories, saying Trump Kennedy 24 because RFK Jr. went on Joe Rogan's podcast and said, we spent $16 trillion on the lockdowns. We got nothing for it. $8 trillion on the Ukraine war. That's $24 trillion they had to print to pay for nothing. That money, the way they're paying it back, it's a hidden tax called inflation, and it hits the poor and the middle class. We need to stop being an empire. When was the last time you heard a Democrat coherently explain the harms of printing money and empire building? I got news for you guys. The United States didn't spend $16 trillion on the lockdowns, nor did we spend $8 trillion on the Ukraine war. Yeah, we've maybe spent $100 billion on the Ukraine war, not $1 trillion on the Ukraine war. Or 8 trillion, which is roughly 80 times what the actual number is. Also, while we did spend trillions on the COVID era, we spent 4.6 trillion, not, as he claims, $16 trillion. Again, just massively inflating the number of the amount of money we spent, which, by the way, is not congruent with the amount of money we printed. How much we spent and how much we printed is not the same number. I feel like this is pretty straightforward stuff to put out there, but conservatives like Michael Knowles just eating it the fuck up. Additionally, we got Charlie Kirk over here saying, RFK Jr. is gaining real steam. The media is struggling to censor him. He's challenging the Democrat Party from within. And it's just like, well, okay. Is 16 trillion in line with the losses in the economy? 10-letter name? I don't think so. I think it's just a number pulled out of his ass. He's wrong on both numbers. Additionally, we got some interesting information here. RFK Jr. could be a real big problem for Joe Biden, but I think a lot of that is because RFK Jr. is not well known. What is well known is that his last name is Kennedy. People know that, and they like JFK. I think once RFK Jr., if he goes more into the mainstream, I think once he's more in the mainstream, I think he's going to be rapidly seen as a charlatan and a fraud, specifically because of this, and we'll play it. It's less than a minute long. Here we go.
Well, Wi-Fi radiation does all kinds of bad things, including causing cancer.
Wi-Fi radiation causes
cancer? Yeah, from
cancer?
your cell phone. I mean, there's cell phone tumors. You know, I'm representing hundreds of people who have cell phone tumors behind the ear. It's always on the ear that you favor with your cell phone. Oh, and you know, we have the science. So if anybody lets us in front of a jury, it will be over. You know,
so what is the number? Because a lot of people
there's a lot of people with it. They're glioblastomas. That's the kind of cancers that they get. But cancer's not the worst thing. They also, you know, it opens up Wi-Fi radiation opens up your blood-brain barrier, and so all these toxins that are in your body can now go into your brain.
How does Wi-Fi radiation open up your blood-brain barrier?
Yeah, now you're going.
This literally sounds like an AI generated conversation. Like this is just fucking crazy.
Beyond my expertise, but what there are. I'm going to use a number here, and you're going to think it's hyperbole, but it's not. There are tens of thousands of studies that show the horrendous danger of Wi-Fi radiation. Well,
spoiler alert: there aren't. The Wi-Fi radiation that he's talking about, is radio frequencies. That the radiation that he's talking about are radio waves. Like when we're talking about 4G, like 3G, 4G, 5G, what we're talking about are different frequencies of radio waves, or the ability to tap into higher frequencies of radio waves. None of which, by the way, at all harm people, because radio waves have very, very, very low levels of energy. In fact, they've tested this. They've tested this on DNA. You know, the thing that can cause cancer if it is altered, right? And it turns out radio frequency radiation does not have the ability to damage DNA. It's not possible. So, everything he just said there is batshit crazy. Additionally, like, dude, I gotta say, some of the fake, the dumb left, we'll say the dumb left, all right, are really, really, really flipping and flopping over this Robert F. Kennedy Jr. fellow. Here we see Revolutionary Blackout Network, also known as Socialist MMA, saying, RFK Jr. doesn't support Medicare for All and is a Zionist genocidal maniac. Hard pass. People are really foolish looking for a bootlicking Kennedy as the anti-establishment answer. RFK Jr. is trash. Anyone who is too much of a coward to stand up to Israel is zero threat to the establishment. And, like, a week later, Peter Hotez calls out RFK Jr. and Joe Rogan, smearing them. Then RFK and his supporters called him out for a debate. Now the liberal media is pretending Peter Hotez is being bullied by Joe Rogan and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. How about this? If you don't want to debate, keep people's name out of your mouth. It's just like, dude, are you... What are you talking about? Why are you supporting these anti-vax nut jobs who think that literally being exposed to like a Wi-Fi network is giving you cancer? For fuck's sake, dude. These people. Additionally, folks, the reason I bring up RFK Jr. Being a problem for Joe Biden is that apparently RFK Jr. is actually being seen quite favorably by voters. So 13% of voters view him as very favorable, and 36% view him as somewhat favorable, meaning that overall his favorability is 49%, meaning that he is literally the most favorably viewed candidate in the 2024 election. Which, well, alt fact, RFK Jr. isn't running third party. He's running in the Democratic Party. But I also just don't know exactly... I don't think he's trying to beat Biden, because most of the networks he's been going on are conservative ones. Like Joe Rogan, he's been... I think he made another appearance on... well, he made an appearance on the Hill, The Rising, which I would classify as a conservative outlet. I used to admire some of Oliver Stone and Glenn Greenwald back during the Snowden days, and they're completely, it seems, down the Jimmy Dore rabbit hole. Well, Glenn Greenwald did do some good work back in the day, but, like, has just completely lost his fucking nut, you know? I'll go over a story tomorrow about Glenn Greenwald, basically propping up bad transphobic science deliberately, knowing that it's full of shit. So we'll be covering that tomorrow. I wouldn't say Joe Rogan is conservative. He's just sort of a meathead. He's a conservative meathead, though. Like, Joe Rogan, like, is virulently transphobic. Like, I would say Joe Rogan falls into the category of conservative who is conservative, but he wants to smoke weed. You know, like, that's mainly, that's the main thing that makes him not conservative, you know? If he can get legal weed, he's down with all of the conservative priorities. He literally went on his show to say that, like, the transgender agenda was to put litter boxes into children's classrooms so that they could pretend to be cats and dogs. Like, I don't think you come up with that if you're not conservative. I think that the only way you come across with that idea is if you are deep in a conservative mindset, you know? Also, literally, Peter, for those of you who haven't been aware of this, there's a guy named Professor Peter Hotez. He is, I believe, the lead pediatrician at Texas Children's Hospital. And he specializes in subtropical diseases, specifically overlooked ones. And his work has single-handedly, like, focused on developing vaccines for overlooked areas in the world, specifically Africa and South America and Latin America. And his work has, I would say, has single-handedly helped better the lives or cured certain parasitic conditions in the lives of nearly 500 million children. You know, like, here he is saying, Joe, you have my cell, my email, I'm always willing to speak with you. And Joe Rogan saying, this is a non-answer. I challenged you publicly because you publicly quote tweeted and agreed with that dogshit Vice article. The dogshit Vice article, by the way, was talking about vaccine efficacy. You know, saying that vaccines work, essentially. If you're really serious about what you stand for, you now have a massive opportunity for a debate that will reach the largest audience a discussion like this has ever had. If you think someone else is better qualified, suggest that person. Joe Rogan basically trying to get this actual scientist whose day-to-day life is saving the lives of children to come on his show to debate Robert F. Kennedy Jr., a man you just saw claim with a straight face that Wi-Fi causes cancer. Dude, deeply unserious. I mean, he doesn't just push back on conservative guests enough, but I think it's more that he platforms conservatives with little pushback rather than holding their views on many issues. Like, I used to like him when he'd interview, like, David Pakman and other progressives. He's just so adjacent to right-wing spheres nowadays. In effect, his content comes off that way. Nah, I think he is actually conservative. He's just polite to liberals and left-wing people. Like, he comes off okay because, like, he doesn't, like, shit on Bernie Sanders, you know? But, like, he's placed where he is in, like, the social media ecosystem because he is conservative. Like he overlaps with like the Ben Shapiro audience. He overlaps with the Matt Walsh audience. He overlaps with the crazy conspiracy audience. And he does that on purpose. It's not an accident. You don't accidentally become like the world's largest podcast host. I think that it reflects his values, and I don't think that's an unfair thing to judge him on, you know? He might not personally describe himself as conservative, but I don't really care if he describes himself as conservative or not, when the effect of his advocacy and the effect of his presence in the media space is conservative, you know? To me, it's the actions and the causes, you know? Like, a lot of people wouldn't call themselves racist, but they will say and do racist things. So you gotta judge people based on those things, you know? Let's see here. Oh, God. All right. Chat, I'm giving you two options. Both of them are bad. Ones and twos in chat. Whichever gets more, you determine your fate. Either pick a 1 or a 2. Post it in chat. Go. 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 All right. The twos have it. Here we go.
After RFK Jr.'s recent... The internet is aflame right now in debate discourse after RFK Jr.'s recent appearance on the Joe Rogan podcast. Not from the podcast itself, but from the fallout of a previous JRE guest, their criticism of the RFK interview. The previous guest, as you've probably heard by now, Dr. Peter Hotez, at one point appeared on the JRE to publicize his book, refuting claims that vaccines cause autism. Since, though, it has morphed into a full-fledged warrior for the establishment view on COVID. Now, Hotez, despite his previous appearance on the JR...
Yeah, but by the way, Robert F. Kennedy 100% believes that vaccines cause autism, and has said so numerous times, both on the Joe Rogan show and basically everywhere else over like the last 15 years.
Has criticized Rogan vociferously for airing a different view on COVID and now for platforming RFK Jr. himself. Hotez reacted to the interview by advocating for censorship by quoting a Vice article saying, quote, Spotify has stopped even sort of trying to stem Joe Rogan's vaccine misinformation, to which Rogan lit the flame.
Oh, Archangel, thank you for the 2 gifted subs. Thank you so goddamn much. We did it. Hello. How we doing, chat? Ayo. The Tatas have arrived. Hello, Snuggle Kitten. Need to adjust a little. All right.
With the response, I've rarely seen him engage with someone else on Twitter. He responded, quote, Peter, if you claim what RFK Jr. is saying is misinformation, I'm offering you $100,000 to the charity of your choice if you're willing to debate him on my show with no time limit. The offer was then increased by subsequent offers from billionaire hedge funder Bill Ackman, venture capitalists, and others, nearing some $600,000 to charity. So the question is, will Hotez do it? Should he do it? Two questions. Those are what everyone's talking about right now. And it raises a lot of interesting questions. First and foremost, will he do it? The answer appears to be no. Hotez has offered himself up on Rogan's show, but it only seems as a singular guest. He doesn't want to do a debate. He explained himself on MSNBC to Mehdi Hassan on Sunday night. Let's take a listen to what he said.
That's why we have to have that discussion. And I offered to come and go on Joe Rogan again. I've been on a couple of times and have that discussion with him, but not to turn it into the Jerry Springer show with having RFK Jr. on.
So Hotez says going on with Rogan's podcast with RFK Jr. would be like Jerry Springer. I'm assuming because he thinks that the format wouldn't be right. Now, as a debate, the issues are a few. Number one, Rogan has already hosted multiple debates that were fair. They have borne fruit and actually show him offering grace to those that he disagrees with. The one that really comes to mind is the 2019 debate on marijuana and whether it is dangerous or not. That included Alex Berenson and a doctor who advocates for cannabis use. Joe, obviously, an avid cannabis user, but he gave Berenson the time to talk, to air his views. In some cases, he even agreed with him. Not that narrative that most people would think going into that. Now, Joe has already offered to go as...
Yeah, but Joe is not a good moderator of debates. Not only is Joe not a good moderator of debates, like, RFK Jr. is not somebody who should be given equal weight in a discussion about, like, actual medical science. RFK Jr. literally said that Wi-Fi causes cancer.
Long as he needs for the debate.
Yeah, exactly, Hans. Like, yes. He frequently is the true intellectual marketplace. Truly, just a regular Aristotle hosting debates here.
So there's no problem in terms of timing. As when RFK appeared on our show, for example, he had a set time that he had to go. That's the mechanical objection. But now what about the moral one? This is...
Breaking Point sucks, and a large reason that it sucks is because, again, and I've said this for a long time, Sagar and Jetty is a slimy little fascist fuck, okay? That's why it sucks.
Where things get interesting, and actually very, very revealing. The elites who back Hotez are united
transfers. Thank you for the raid.
He should
Welcome,
not
Raiders.
deign to debate RFK Jr. The so-called experts should not do so. This view was now best shown by Tom Nichols of Resistance fame. He says, quote, no medical professional should ever agree to do this. Never. It elevates the conspiracy guy. It demeans the medical professional. Will only convince the kooks out there RFK Jr. is right, because a real doctor took the time to debate him. Interesting. No medical professional should ever agree to do this because it elevates RFK Jr.? First of all, RFK is polling at some 20% in the Democratic primary. He's got one of the most famous last names in American history. He is a bona fide political candidate no matter what they do. He does...
Yeah. Being a bona fide political candidate doesn't entitle... How does that make him at all qualified to debate a medical professional?
Doesn't need Hotez to elevate him or anyone else, but more so it gets to the
he does actually. He needs scientists to debate him in order to give him credibility.
The fundamental hypocrisy.
This is we've been over this, chat. We've been over this. This is like CNN, what CNN did with climate science for like 2 decades, maybe. Like, basically, CNN would have a climate scientist on, a scientist representing the 99% of scientists who agree that man-made climate change is happening, and then they'd have on like some activist dipshit who is funded by the fossil fuel industry to basically say, no, it's not. And that was the entire discussion. But they gave each side equal time, despite the fact that there's no credible science backing up the anti-climate change scientific side. There's no actual science there. Hey, purple gold anime hero. Hello.
Of Hotez and the other vaccine scientists who are refusing to debate RFK Jr. In one breath, they say that the science does not happen by debates. It happens by peer review and by journals. And thus debating that person would be inappropriate. It's not the way that science is done. But then in the same breath, these people are appearing on public shows like Mehdi Hasan on MSNBC. Or
well, Sagar, Hotez very clearly said he'd be willing to go on the Joe Rogan show. He just didn't want to go on for a debate with RFK Jr. I feel like it's pretty clear. It's pretty clear why. He's willing to talk about the science on a platform. He's not willing to debate it with a fucking lunatic.
Hotez in the past on Rogan to push a specific line of argumentation and talk to the public in public policy debate. Hotez not only has been a vocal opponent of claims that vaccines cause autism, but he has literally been going on TV now for 3 years, constantly advocating for the establishment view of COVID. He defended
yes, defending the establishment view of COVID, which, by the way, just means recognize that it's a respiratory disease spread via water droplets, that children can be vectors for, infecting adults, and that masks actually stop water droplets from spattering on other people, thereby preventing disease to be spread, and also being an advocate for vaccinating everyone against this disease. And we know that would have been a good idea because we can see statistically how that has worked out. We know that if everyone had gotten vaccinated as soon as the vaccine became available, we would have saved over 300,000 lives in America. Yeah, but that's the establishment view of COVID.
Lockdowns. He defended masks for children. He pushed booster shots on kids. And
yeah, by the way, it turns out there's not a magical force field around the mouths of children that prevents water droplets from their body spraying out. This, by the way, this is one of the stupidest parts. This is one of the oh god. There we go. We fixed it. This is one of the stupidest things, right? Conservatives pretended for the longest time, still pretend, that children aren't little germ factories. That children don't, like, run around, like, eating their boogers and, like, coughing and spitting and, like, sneezing constantly on each other. That children, like, just, they wash their hands. They're fine. They don't do anything. Like, no. They get everyone around them sick. That's why teachers have, like several weeks of the year where they're just, like, laid low by illness. They're filthy. They don't know how to do personal hygiene. And you know what else? Adult men don't know either, okay? I read a study that found only 31% of men actually wash their hands with soap. And that was that crushed my heart. That crushed my heart so hard. Men, wash your hands with soap. What are you doing? They're not getting clean by just rinsing them off. Fuck, dude. My wife taught daycare for 2 years. She was constantly sick. For real, Winby. For real. It's so gross. There's also a significant percentage of men who don't wipe their ass. It's true. Yeah, water has magical cleaning powers. It's why the conquistadors sought magical fountains in the woods that cured syphilis. RFK Jr. says poppers causes AIDS. Jesus Christ, dude. Jack, getting men to wash their hands with just water is hard enough. I know, but you need more than water. Otherwise, you're not washing your hands. You're just rinsing your hands, and rinsing it doesn't do anything. Here, men, if you're struggling to understand, if you just run a dirty dish underwater, does that clean the dish? Does it get all of the little pieces of grime and food detritus off of the dish? No! Because you need to fucking wash it. Sorry, that's my rant.
COVID vaccines with underlying claims that have turned out to be flat out false whenever it comes to efficacy. He cannot...
Again, when Sagar says COVID vaccines have been proven to be like like a failure when it comes to their effectiveness, that's not true. Like Sagar will will cherry pick quotes from senators or elected officials who said that taking a vaccine will prevent you from getting ill. No one is saying that vaccines, any vaccine, is a 100% proof against getting sick. It's not. But they never have been. Thinking that is a misunderstanding of vaccination. And the reality is, when a vaccine cuts down infection rates by 60% or cuts down serious illness to close to zero, that's good, because it means our hospitals don't get overwhelmed, and it means people don't fucking die. God, it's not that hard to figure out. It's just not.
Use his so-called secret knowledge of science to advocate for public policy and effectively enter the public square, then take his toys and go home when he's challenged by someone else who wants to talk in that square.
I don't know if Sagar knows this, but you don't have to talk to anybody. That's an American right. You don't actually have to talk to anybody. If you don't want to talk, you don't have to say a goddamn thing.
It is that view of the scientific establishment right now, that when it's time to debate, oh, then they're scientists. But when they're just scientists, they're doing review. But when it comes to advocacy for something that they agree with, oh, forget the scientific method. I'll end with this. Vinay Prasad observed this nearly 2 years ago. The scientific establishment has nobody but themselves to blame.
Wait. V. Prasad, MD, predicted that COVID lies by medical establishment on vaccine efficacy, masks, etc. would manifest in a new generation of skepticism on all vaccines. Literally 30% less people would have died if they had started taking the vaccine, you dipshit. You're the one pushing the vaccine skepticism. And masks, I don't know who needs to know this, masks have always helped cut down on respiratory illness transmission. Because masks stop water droplets from splattering other people when you talk or breathe. And that cuts down transmission rates. The entire point was never that masks were going to stop transmission entirely, just that it would reduce transmission. It reduces the transmission so our hospital system doesn't get overwhelmed. And chat, if you're sick, if you are feeling under the weather, wear a goddamn mask if you have to go out in public. Because that also helps people even if it's not COVID. Obviously, now he was right, and that those who want to defend other vaccines are now hamstrung by past lies on COVID. Which past lies?
For vaccine skepticism today.
Damn it.
People like Hotez use their credentials to push childhood masking and lied about efficacy, and they justify their lockdowns, all of which were anti-science policies. Though don't be surprised, a few years later, there's a huge proliferation of questions around vaccines and about the approval process for drugs generally.
Yeah, and you know who's really qualified to answer that? The lawyer who thinks that Wi-Fi causes cancer. Yeah, that's the guy you should get your medical advice from. Yeah, the lawyer guy who thinks that Wi-Fi causes cancer and vaccines cause autism. You should get your health advice from that guy, or maybe the very roided up meathead podcast host who, for some odd reason that I cannot fathom, was hawking horse medication as a prophylactic for COVID, despite there being no evidence whatsoever that ivermectin actually cuts down COVID rates. Oh God, dude.
If someone has told you a lie once, the odds are they've probably lied to you before. That's a natural human judgment. And if they want to see their trust restored in their authority, they owe it to the public. Make their case with one of their opponents. If you can't, well, it tells us a hell of a lot about them.
Hey guys, if you like that video, go to breakingpoints.com.
Nobody liked that video. Fuck you. Yeah, by the way, this is the reaction created by, I'm not even going to show the video. This is the reaction created by Joe Rogan and people like Sagar and Jetty. This guy who identifies himself on Twitter as I Fight for Kids and runs a show called Pedo Poachers Live, and describes himself as an independent journalist, went to Peter Hotez's home, and I'm not going to show the video because, it's his own private property and stuff, but, like, dude, it's Father's Day. Why aren't you hanging out with your own father? Goddamn. I don't know. Does Sagar and Jetty think that any dipshit who shows up at his house should he should be obligated to debate them? Is that what Sagar and Jetty thinks? Everyone who shows up at Joe Rogan's house is obligated to or it obligates Joe Rogan to spend like 3 hours debating him? No, of course not. This is just like weird conservative fashy rhetoric being peddled, and I don't understand why it's getting so much reach. Is this one of those people who antagonizes people and destroys criminal cases against them in the process? Yes, Salmon Moose, you are correct. He's one of those people who thinks that he catches pedophiles while actually destroying cases against pedophiles. So, that's cool. Oh, God. I was thinking that we would cover this Robert F. Kennedy debate. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. debate. Or not debate, but interview between Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and Breonna Joy Gray and the fascist little fuck, Robbie. But I don't know if I have that in me tonight, chat. I genuinely don't. Covering this topic at all was a Herculean feat of strength on my part. Bill Burr telling Joe to shut up about masks. Well, I haven't seen that. Let's watch that.
The Joe
Oh
Rogan.
God, this is 8 minutes long. No.
The Joe Rogan.
Here, maybe someone has the timestamps here. Huh? Timestamps?
Experience.
She had the COVID. She had it. She got it over. She kicked it. She
I'm
had it for a
surprised
while.
more comics didn't get it the way we're shaking hands and meeting people after shows. Yeah.
I have heard about the orca whales, but it's hard for me to be in favor of orca whales because fuck them. They fucking suck. I hate them. I hate them so much. But I also hate super yachts, so it's difficult for me to talk about.
I got my wife had the kids, so we had to get tested, so
You're clean?
Yeah.
Big Jay Okerson got it. He had it, and he's clean.
It feels weird. They think they can like walk on fire. It's like, dude, this thing is a brand new thing. I don't know if you want to be testing. You know, I got a buddy of mine ended up getting it, and then he was just like, "Oh, I got tested. I got the."
Oh wait, we got a smaller clip. Oh, thank God.
Walk down the street with a mask on.
Let's not start this, John.
Do you though?
Let's not start this. Okay.
Let's start it.
I don't want to start this bullshit. I'm not going to sit here with no medical degree, listening to you with no medical degree, with an American flag behind you, smoking a cigar, acting like we know what's up, better than the CDC.
Walk down the street with a mask.
That's somewhat cathartic. What's Bill Burr's deal? He cool or a dumb fuck? I think he's cool because he also knows he's a dumb fuck. But also he's a pretty good comedian. And, you know, having the self-awareness that you're a dumb fuck helps a lot in a lot of situations. He's a douche sometimes, but he's okay. Yeah. Okay, chat. I'll never forgive RFK Jr. for what happened in Samoa. What? What happened in Samoa? I'm a dumb fuck? Me too. God, my boobs are so big these days. What the hell? Why do you hate killer whales? Because they'll kill. They're mean. They kill things for sport. Like they'll just kill something and then let it float. They just kill something for the fun of it. Yeah, orcas will often put on dramatic displays with prey when socializing, learning, or playing, and may not even eat the animal that they are using for the display. If they're transferring their aggression to yachts, I approve. Yeah, I mean, I also don't like yachts. Just like us, for real? Yeah, but not in a fun way. Oh, a measles outbreak in Samoa? Yeah, last year scientists recorded orcas hunting and killing an adult blue whale. You know, dudes just suck, you know? Explains? Okay. Robert F. Kennedy Jr., because some of you idiots might think he's a novel choice. He's not. I think it's because people don't know a whole lot about him or have forgotten a lot. So let's talk about Samoa. RFK Jr. runs a group called Children's Health Defense that is the largest anti-vaccine group in the world. Wait, no shot? It has consistently peddled misinformation and outright lies. It promoted the Wakefield study long after it was thoroughly debunked. So in July 2018, a nurse in Samoa was giving 2 children a standard MMR booster. Comes in powdered form. It is supposed to be diluted with clean water. They used expired anesthetic instead, and both children died. It was a tragedy, and it started a lie. Children's Health Defense jumped on this with hundreds of thousands of dollars in Facebook ads, most targeted at Samoa. The cause of the incident was found a couple of days later, but that didn't stop Child's Health Defense. They lied for months. This caused the desired effect. Samoan parents refused vaccinations, protested the government, and the government ultimately stopped the program. The vaccination rate dropped 60% as millions of mostly poor Samoans lost access to vaccinations. Fast forward to 2019, and surprise, surprise, measles outbreak happened. Measles is a very fast-moving illness, and amongst the young, it is surprisingly deadly. Samoa is a tiny island and surprisingly populous. Illness traveled fast there. In a nation of 200,000, 5,700 cases of measles happened, and 83 people died. Of the 83, 70 were under age 15 and 61 were under 4 years old. None of those kids had to die. They were victims of misinformation. Kennedy visited Samoa in June 2019 and gave a series of speeches promoting alternatives and appearing with prominent Samoan anti-vax influencers. To this day, neither Kennedy nor the CHD has ever apologized or even commented on Samoa. Kennedy's misinformation killed people. His MMR misinformation killed dozens of children in Samoa. We started to see small measles outbreaks in the U.S. 83 unvaccinated children contracted measles in Ohio earlier this year. None died, fortunately. Measles can cause other things besides death. Encephalitis can cause brain damage. Myocarditis can cause heart failure. SSPE is a central nervous system effect that can happen years after contracting measles. It can lead to paralysis and death. We don't even know the full effects of the outbreaks in Samoa and Ohio. These diseases are not to be fucked around with, and they certainly shouldn't be peddled by a grifter junkie trying to rehabilitate his political career or a dumb shit podcast host, whose response to being caught peddling false information to millions is, "I'm just a comedian. This is serious business. RFK Jr. is responsible for those deaths in Samoa, those hospitalizations in Ohio, and whatever comes of it later. Under no circumstances should you vote or even consider RFK Jr. as a serious candidate. He's a charlatan and a liar with blood on his hands. The media may not talk about Samoa, but anybody serious should. It's the least he deserves." Yeah, had no idea about any of that. Thank you for sharing. Wait, Forlorn 79. Yeah, I'm well aware that humans abuse animals. It's not a trait that I find particularly endearing in humans, and I sure as shit don't find it particularly endearing in orcas. RFK Jr. infuriates me. Oh yeah, 100%, you know? Oh, Penny, I'm sorry. Thing I like about orcas are the things I like about humans, I think. That's fair. Alright, chat, I'm emotionally exhausted and just want to cry and fall asleep. So I'm gonna go do that. Appreciate all y'all. And we'll go raid into we'll go raid into Capitals. We haven't been able to raid into Keffels. Nope, we can't do that. Okay. Gonna refresh. We're gonna raid into unable to. Okay, I can't raid into Keffels. Apparently. We'll raid into my dude. There we go. Sorry, chat. I love you all. Have a good one, okay? Bye.